Good evening, sirs and madams. It's your buddy Admiral Teag. Welcome to the show. It's good to see everybody out there. Welcome to my panel. Hey, guys.
Hello.
How's it going?
Contrary to popular belief, I am not in the brig. You there,
No, but
Admiral?
from now on, yeah, I am. I just want to, Sean, I want you to inform the entire crew that from now on, the officers' mess will open at 0600 and close at 0615.
Oh, you got it.
Any soldier not in his uniform without polished shoes is going to be skinned. Gentlemen, welcome to Starfleet's Year from Hell. Last week we saw a defeat on the Order of the Kasserine Pass for the cause of good Star Trek. It was one of the roughest weeks in the entire 60-year history of this franchise. I can't think of any time in my life where it's been harder to like Star Trek than it's been for this last week. The pity videos, the cope videos, and maybe the worst part of all, the celebration and football spiking videos, and the out of touch celebratory videos by people like Jesse Gender. It's like, yeah, you're right. Now, for the most part, the only people watching Star Trek are the right people, the ones that you wanted. The problem is there's like 1,600 of them in the whole fucking planet. You talk to anyone who defends this show, all you have to do is jump. This week, we're going to get beyond where anybody's going to watch, aside from us, if we watch it. But Star Trek's in trouble. And I think that we're facing a very serious attempt to maybe hold the franchise's head underwater so long that it just ends. Because you have to think from the point of view of someone like Kurtzman, if he can get out of there with it devalued to the point that he can buy the rights for a reasonable amount of money. He's got a career as the young adult and comic book guy and the Star Trek low effort cartoon guy. And that will just give this franchise like a crack smoking habit that it'll never break out of. Forget about the cigarette smoking that it's been doing since 2009. That's like 17 years now. Like, you have to stop taking that for granted too. Like, all the bad shit has to stop now. So,
Or they got to just announce what's coming.
I don't know if maybe
promises. Then if they can give us some assurances and say, here's some projects we're working on and here's the direction we want to go, I think people will stay with it. Maybe not what we're being given right now, but when it does come out,
what we're getting right now. Here's the idea, guys. This is the way I see it. And Jerem, you were in on the show where we forecasted Kurtzman. And guys, folks, we think you're doing a tremendous job. But could you help us out? Hit the like and tweet out that we're live. Let people know we're a little late tonight. Breaking news, and JT is on a very dangerous away mission for us. So tell your friends about us. But right now, the one thing we're going to talk about quickly up front is we saw NUTrek Academy now just absolutely like it's picking up speed, isn't it? The how bad it was, because what happens is, with every new show, it's an attempt for Kurtzman now. This is the best I can figure. Okay. So I don't have a lot to go on except like now 4 years of closely observing this and trying to pin down as much stuff as I can and asking a lot of experts. Here's my opinion right now is we have a few things going on with any project where when it was greenlit, Kurtzman seems to lose touch with reality and want to do it in a, how do we put this one? He loses touch with reality, and this is going to be the thing that turns Star Trek around. And a couple of things are going on at once. For one thing, it's like stuck in his mind is that Star Trek and the fans are the problem. So he doesn't have much interest in doing Star Trek things or invoking Star Trek. And he goes out of his way to piss on Star Trek. The second thing always going on, and there's no getting around this one, is the amount of just bad Star Trek out there. Yeah, you know what? I'm not sure. Every browser's acting messed up. If anyone has to jump out of StreamYards and come back, maybe.
Yeah, that's what I had to do.
Yeah, that's was that the pop I heard during the beginning of the show.
Yeah.
Sirs and madams, our StreamYard environment a little bit weird today, and we had a good episode of Star Trek Enterprise. Although I'm now rethinking what's going on with the idea of Star Trek Enterprise episodes as I watch them in isolation. And I'm now seeing absolutely how this show is just in a spiral that it wasn't going to come back from. But looking out there at the crowd, I see, are you not entertained? I see the real head case. I see Gavin Blackburn. Hello, Gavin. I see Radioactive, and I see um, Sean and Germ, and I see Buddy Hepburn, and I see Michelle, and I see Tim, and I see John the Beagle Dad, and I greet you all. Welcome to our Star Trek show. As we start to build up some speed here, Dave C is here. Now it's a party.
Hey, Dave C.
All right, now it's a party. Dave C is here. Dave, Dave, we need your help. We have we're suffering from low energy after watching NUTrek. So we will get to the last part of the Forge trilogy, which is the best thing we can call it, the USB of Serac episode. And I guess for a moment, let's talk about that. Do you guys think and we'll probably reiterate this a little later, but is it me, or did they build up so much damage that someone sat down and said these episodes are necessary? Or was this like when they started doing the show, they were like, we're going to do a few things to the Vulcans. We'll explain down the line and pay it off. Because it does feel like payoff. And when you watch all 3 episodes together, it has a completion and a cohesiveness that watching one episode at a time just does not have. Whoa. My impression of these as I watch them one at a time is absolutely different from when my memory of seeing them. Honestly, I missed a lot of season 4. It was a disaster in scheduling, if we all remember, with the end of the UPN channels.
Mm-hmm.
And like when you saw it, like what would you see? An episode 2 of 3 or an episode 3 of 3 where you'd be like, like, you don't have like all the context yet. Like, it's not like they sat down in a way that was cohesive and rolled out. Like, we're going to do a bunch of like 3 episode stories. It's going to be really great. Check it out. Like, we're going to take Star Trek in a new direction. That's still Star Trek. If they had an earnest sit down with us and really got that out there, our chances of being, seen as the chances of being seen as a viable show were higher, and the chances that people would go looking for the rest of the episode were higher. As it was, a lot of the time, if you tuned in like say 8 minutes late, 5 minutes late, like if you tune in during the credits, all of a sudden you're so deep into the story about Serac, it's like, wait a minute, like it's one of those I take a piss and someone hit a home run kind of things. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like there was 2 outs, and no one was on base. All I did was walk upstairs, take a leak, and wash my hands for the designated 20 seconds. I come back and it's a whole new ball game. The Star Trek people are starting to slip up at this point with Star Trek Enterprise, but I think we have both the good and the bad of it. Is as complete stories, they are good. As individual episodes, somewhat less so, and we'll get into that stuff. But I think what we have here is they are trying really hard to write an exit resume, because in the terms of television, they've been told they're canceled. If this was the military, if this was the kind of military that, people have alleged I would run, what would happen right now is everyone would walk inside and there would be a glass of schnapps and a Luger and a bullet. Just one. Things just didn't go so good. I'm going to go into my room with my Luger and my schnapps, and I'll see you guys later on the other side. And that would be like the end. Like that would be the end of the conversation for this one, because it's all about what comes next for these writers. They know they have a job for a limited amount of time. These are young guys. People are saying this is very Brannon Braga or whatever. Braga, this is like season 3 Roddenberry level of involvement with this, isn't it? For TOS, like Brannon Braga is like, yeah, he thinks it's great and he likes getting his check, but he's like a lot of these phone calls are going to this early thing called voicemail that he's loving.
Yeah.
I don't think he's the most hands-on consultant anymore. Guys, let's talk before we answer our poll. Which please remind me to answer to take a look at the poll. We're going to do that after it has a representative amount of time because this poll very determinative of our actions. We may have hazardous duty. We'll talk about that one in a minute. But guys, your thoughts on these 3 episodes arcs? We've decided to watch them one episode at a time. It seems as though we're gaining greater insight. We might have an incorrect assessment of how this hit. The entire story versus the parts of the whole. Go ahead, guys. Jump ball.
Go for it, Germ.
I'd say on individual episode level, they're good but not great. But when you take all 3 of them together, I think it's the best Enterprise has been so far.
Yeah, I agree. It would have been better as having the advantage of streaming. If that had been around back in the day, if people missed an episode, they would have been able, even if it was released weekly, like, oh shoot, Enterprise on tomorrow. I'm gonna watch the one I missed before I watch the new one. I think it would have had better reception. It really, and we have the advantage of going through this series in streaming mode, and I think we appreciate it more because we can watch the whole Xindi arc at once. We can watch these 3-parters at once if we've got some time, and it really makes the stories better. Because especially if you have a slower episode 2 of one of these arcs, you plow through it, and you're like, hey, the end's going to come, and you watch it right there. So I think that's one of the reasons it's getting better reception nowadays, because people can do that. So that's my thoughts.
This is not the season that's getting a lot of attention, but like duly noted, this is the only thing I would say is we have seen that they make really good previously ons. Their previously ons are really good. They even have original music for, it seems, each individual previously on every week. If not, they've researched their archival music library really well. There's always
very
really
much
good.
The way BSG did their previously on, because they would take stuff from 4 or 5 episodes previous if it had something to do with this current episode.
Well, I think the technical people, if not the writers, they're going to BSG. You know what I mean? Like, this is the people that Brandon Braga wants to work with and stuff like that. So they're going there. And
there's a lot of parallels the way they do it, and it works.
There's a lot of freaky, weird breakdowns, like when Baltar goes nuts too in these last few episodes, as we start to finally get. Well, I wouldn't call it playing out the string. This show, it turned out that this show, like, it got a really long bye. It made the playoffs. It's got a really long bye, and now like some other team has to play, and it's if the wrong outcome happens, like it needs help. Like Notre Dame has to beat Kansas, but if that happens, and Iowa loses to Illinois, Star Trek Enterprise gets a sequel show. It's almost like a weird college bowl setup with that one. And Doomcock talked about it this week. He's calling it the Captain Archer. Was he calling it the Captain Archer sequel show or the Jonathan Archer sequel show with Scott Bakula?
He's referenced Archer. Yeah,
he's referencing Archer with like a Star Trek United is unknown. There will be an update. But we'll figure that one out tomorrow, because tomorrow night, with an emphasis on the Paramount panel, there's going to be the January member stream, because we got so many new members. So nothing like a nice torchlight parade at night. There'll be no football. It's set up for Sunday night, and it worked out real well last time. And we'll see how that one goes. And I want to thank you guys for an amazing January where we hit numbers. We had numbers like we've never seen before. Okay, my friend, I like my predecessor. Obama never had numbers like this on his Star Trek show. Really, guys, thank you, and thank you for everyone who watches later. We appreciate everyone. The after views count just as much. My God, I did not think that we were going to end up at about the 1,500 mark for last week's show. So everyone who comes through later, thank you. And your likes count just as much. We've kept the show very authentic. We've kept the monetization to a minimum. We don't do it to anybody live. And for the most part, I think it's been paying off with some real brand loyalty that I thank all of you for. And we're going to have a real special member meeting tomorrow. Hopefully, as many members of the Paramount panel and the Star Trek panel as possible can be there. But tonight, we're going to have to get through our analysis without JT. For a moment, tabling new business. Let's talk about old business. A community is only as strong as what it stands for. This community, since I started out as a YouTuber, has always stood for the idea that Star Trek is worthy of saving and should be saved. Since then, a lot of evidence has been produced to the contrary by one Alex Kurtzman, whose works I do not enjoy. I do not like the work of Alex Kurtzman, okay? So one of the things that we've done is we've called him out over and over, and we have showed tens of thousands of people how bad his stuff is. We have done tens of thousands of people have watched the watch parties over the years. We're not flexing here. This is not in and of itself one of the most drop dead things about the channel, because we've had the time to do it. And for a while there, they had more curiosity than there is now. There's not a lot of curiosity. We wouldn't really have to. We don't watch party the episodes for NUTrek anymore, because no one really even wants to watch it. People are interested in the criticism, though, and I'm interested in people's views of our criticism on it, because it's a Star Trek channel that, even though we don't consider this Star Trek, we might be obligated, and that's why I spoke of a hazardous mission. Since the earliest days of tall ships, the captain has been the one who has waited for his crew to get to safety. Perhaps a few officers would stay behind out of a sense of duty to the sailors, but because the common Star Trek, the average Star Trek fan, he's not in it for fortune and glory. You guys aren't in it for some greater cause. And God, how I hate the 32nd century. Okay, I hate it. But you know what?
I thought you were going to go the captain's speech when they're going to marry a couple of people. I'm like, I don't want to get married.
But we will have the ceremony later for Jay Den and the British cigarette that he did. We have seen some shit, guys, on this NUTrek show that people are making videos and getting 7,000-8,000 views. So this is where the metal meets the meat for our fleet. Okay. I need the people who are really involved to jump on things with me if we're going to do this. Here's the reason. One of the reasons why I'm not making a NUTrek video. How embarrassing would it be if that video were to then fail? I watched the Tachyon Pulse's video, and I don't know if it's algorithmic sabotage from the problems that we had and documented and that all of you went through with us. I don't know if it's people launching scuds when I do uploads, because we've seen a couple of weird things happen. But, the Admiral, my best day ever is 1,800 views. And we watched the channel today, and granted, she has so many subs that if you were to take those subs away from someone like, say, Doomcock, it would be a difference-making and staggering blow that he would have to have a strategy to come back from. But she's not anywhere near Doomcock. It's just, she's got a considerable amount of people approaching 100 grand. Okay. She's approaching 100 grand. And we were watching her today, and I don't understand how, her numbers made sense. Tachyon Pulse's numbers, we were scoffing at them for a while. When he goes live, though, 100 people show up. He has double the amount of people I have. Now, I think going live might be novel to his mostly European audience, and we'll have to see how long he handles that. He's learning how to live stream to a large audience now. That channel never had a large live streaming audience before. So there's a lot of accountability going on there. Our live shows do very well when we talk about this, and they do get rewatched a lot. With a video, so much has to go into this, and I don't understand the magic form. I haven't decoded the videos for NUTrek yet, so we're gonna have a public conversation with our community about this one right now, guys. I want your opinions on this one. As far as an upload goes, and I'm talking to my panel and you guys out there in the audience. I'm watching for your comments. I'm keeping an eye on them, gentlemen. Do I make one of these videos like these other people have made. I'm not like, rather than spend 12 hours making a video essay in the form of the style of the critical drinker, I could have some of that in there. But what we've seen is Tachyon Pulse and other people make a video where they simply turn on the camera or turn on the avatar, speak extemporaneously. And with the Tachyon Pulse and that chick, and both chicks we've watched, they could have been avatars. One chick was kind of all right looking, the dark-haired one. One chick, the ginger, she was all right too. She had by far the more subs, but the more all right chick and the Tachyon Pulse, they're doing like 1,500 views in the first hour. I don't understand that one. Tachyon Pulse has twice as many subs as I do, but 1,500 views, 24 times better than my best in his first average hour. That's crazy. Go ahead, Jerm.
Those ladies have certain assets none of us do. So just take that into account.
There are lonely women out there too, but like, it's not like if I turn on the camera to relate and emote, not because I think I'm so great looking, but like, honestly, like if these women are getting by, like one woman was like a 6 or a 5, like a New York 4, and the other woman was like, we all agreed, like this woman didn't give a shit. It's like, what was the joke? Should we send her a U-Haul, like a U-Haul gift certificate? She was okay, and we agreed with her take, and she was nice, and she didn't seem gay. We're not even implying that, but the thing was, like, she was a mess. She wasn't good looking, and she sat there with the camera on, simply being female, and it was like, I'm looking at it, and it's like 86.4 thousand subs. Now, granted, we don't know how long she's been at it, but she, like, why wouldn't she be registering on everyone's radar? Why are we finding her now? And that other chick with like the 7,000 subs, why are we finding her now? And how does JDA Talks with 6,000 subs blow me out of the water?
The algorithm is feeding us Star Trek stuff a lot now, so it could have been out there, and it could be something she just started talking about. So I'd have to go back and look at previous videos.
The dark-haired one, yes, but the ginger had to buy back comments that she made before episode 1, so it's at least 4 weeks unless she had early access. But she has a lot of subs, and we never heard of her. And were we able to figure out where she was coming from outside of that one video where she's normal, relatable, and okay? Is she something else?
For the audience, for Teag, when he says a New York 4, that's a reality 7.
I don't know if either of those women were a 7. The dark-haired one might have claims. She's kind of okay. But like, if someone like Foxy Noxy is a 9.
You think Foxy Noxy is a 9?
She's a lot older than when we first saw her, but when she first did that, like, first of all, the story about the blood sex ritual, yeah.
Here. I like what the real head case is saying here. Says, do you want to know the real answer? It's girls, yeah, but also the guys that go super nerdy and aren't cool like we are. And that was a comment I made to our group earlier, is that, like, you got to remember, most Star Trek fans, they're 50 plus. We're not in the best of shape. We don't get much attention. And when there's someone who's easy on the eyes on the screen saying the things that you agree with, you're going to pay a little bit more attention than just some nerd coming on the screen and talking about batleths and ship classes. But but you did ask a question about a video thing. I think, Admiral, what you should do, because you're so good at ranting and improving when you're angry, I think you should record a reaction right after you watch one of these shows. Just record yourself saying stuff, let it go for 5 or 10 minutes, and see what happens. That's what these videos are coming out. Like, if you can get it out as soon as the episode drops, it's possible. You're going to attract a lot of people to watch it, and we'll get more people in the live streams to argue about. Well, not argue, but we can collectively cry together. That's my
yeah.
That's my,
record yourself watching it for the first run through, and then edit it down.
Yeah.
Does it turn out that I need to be live?
No. Just record yourself. Don't script anything. Just record yourself and then splice some stuff together.
Do I need to be on cam?
No. You can. It might help. Your rugged handsomeness might distract.
Admiral Teag, incoming super chat.
Oh.
Honestly, if they weren't going to do it on Star Trek, that's when I would want to have the Star Trek puppet. Krimlon with the $1.49 super sticker, and why are there so many songs about rainbows? Does anybody remember istophobic Kermit the Frog from the early Family Guy?
No.
Istophobic Kermit. Krimlon, thank you so much for the $1.49 super sticker. I appreciate it. Krimlon will be co-hosting the member stream tomorrow, so everyone gets to talk to Krimlon. Krimlon, a man so nice we say his name twice.
Oh.
Okay.
We have a
Kermit.
Londemon emoji.
Oh, here we go. Is there a song about hot dogs or anything hot dog related that you could do that fits the hot dog super sticker?
Not that we can sing on air. And I noticed a trend over the last couple of days, Kremlin.
The rainbow and then the hot dog.
Yeah,
are you suggesting
rainbow,
something, sir?
hot dog, unicorns. He's on a bit of a, let's say, happy streak, because I can't say the other word.
I'm starting to become convinced that one of the reasons this channel hasn't been attacked and struck by YouTube is because we use the gay pride emojis all the time, left and right, while we're talking, unironically as a joke. Like I have seriously considered,
especially
putting in
with
like
the song the other day.
Yeah, I have seriously been considering putting in a super gay Star Trek emoji. But Sean, as far as the song goes, I wanted to lift our reaction of that and make a short video of it. Not like a short, but like just put that out there as like a 6 or 7 minute video of the show, the way Drinker puts it out there.
Okay.
But because of the way it transmits, I need the original version of the song so that I can give people the video and the song. Yeah, we have to figure out how you can get that to me. But I wrote down a bunch of time codes. The things that we said in that NUTrek stream, I have to be honest, if we wanted to, we could make shorts off of that. There are about 225 shorts worth of jokes on that. It's one long comic short. Like everybody is just cracking jokes. Germ is enabling. JT is enabling. Sean's just opportunistically dropping joke bombs. Like JT is like getting like trying to control borderline rage and just dropping one anger bomb after another. And this analysis brought to you by Krimlon. Thank you for the super sticker. And you get, like I said, guys, you get to meet him tomorrow. And it'll be a glory, wholesome event. I mean, glorious and wholesome event. And that's the kind of thing. See, look, this is what's keeping us out of YouTube jail. I'm convinced of it. It's just like, well, they sound crazy, but how could they be hateful? Look at all the number one user of the pride emoji is the istophobic Star Trek show. Ever since I changed my creator pronouns to they, them, the YouTube has been leaving me alone and giving me more bandwidth. I got that one from Leon Paradise of Words in Paradise. He's the best. That advice has been very helpful. Guys, let's take a look at the poll. We have 13 votes. It's pretty scientific. We're at 30 minutes in. I'm willing to indulge just for maybe 10 to 15 more minutes tops, but we'll get into the episode next. Do you enjoy watching our reviews of NUTrek? This is absolutely commanding. I gave people reasons. So yes, for the lols is at 38% and is the number one vote getter outright. At 31% is yes, Star Trek fans want to know. Wow. The National Enquirer mandate, guys.
So what are those two combined? The yeses?
69%,
okay.
Sir.
Yeah.
And listen to this one. Yes, both lulls and curiosity, 15 more percent. So it's 76%, 86% or something like that of our audience. Only 15% says no.
Well, you forgot yes, because we like to see the host suffer.
I didn't want to put that on there for the same reasons I didn't want to put Star Trek Share Your Pain. There's like a morbidly obese, angry, like future homeless or presently homeless man in Canada who lives their life around trolling me and reacting to me. And I can't let the ankle biting bother me too much anymore. But if I had called last week's show Star Trek Share Your Pain, we might not have a channel here today. That's the kind of jeopardy we have to operate under for a little while longer. I think things are finally winding down, and like they finally seem to be focusing on some other stuff too, like Taiwanese independence and stuff like that. But whatever. That's what is that gay saying here? I'm going to read this one like the most interesting man in the world. I'm not gay. I'm just sweating the day off in my avatar, in case anybody was wondering. Well, I also am not gay. But when I watch
Not that there's anything wrong with that, as Seinfeld would say.
I don't always watch television with actors or characters who are gay. But when I do, I prefer them to be interesting. I could give a shit about Pagan being a they them anymore now that the character is interesting. That was a cool way to roll out the character. And Pagan gave that up. There's she now. That's in Landman. In one of the shows we watch, we have a they them who is like personal opinions about like they them's aside. This they them is interesting, pathetic, and like what we would be upset if somebody like say went after Pagan. Like we kind of are now invested in the Pagan character from Landman. Like they redeem themselves, and only Taylor Sheridan can do that. And then while Jerm would say that the Kurtzman take on the they them outlook and the way they them's act might be more correct to his experience, the fact of the matter is, if you were to make anti they them propaganda, you couldn't do much better than Starfleet Academy. Sean was talking about this in a way that really made sense, and he was saying it with a lot of respect. The community did not want that gay edging. You're not going to buy off the gay community. And the disrespect for gay people, you know what? I'm going to talk in a stereotype here, but it's a flattering one. Sean, have you ever heard the stereotype that gay people like love to go to plays and are big on art?
Yes, of course.
So why would you try to make terrible art aimed at only gay people? You know, it's flawed in its premise. Kurtzman, fulfill your primary function. RuPaul. Could you imagine if Spock minded with the Kurtzman Nomad probe? So I melded with the other. RuPaul. It's instead of Tanru, it melds with RuPaul. The thing is, like, I have personally met RuPaul, and RuPaul has more masculine identity when they're not doing their job and making their money, more masculine energy, and more like normality and blend-inableness than Kurtzman, who like is out there in the trappings of a normal person. I leave Kurtzman alone. Don't bother with him. I think he's a social media hermit anyway. But honestly, it's almost like that Men in Black creature that like the face opens up and there's a little alien operating levers inside the head. It's just like a small alien like android,
kind of like they did in Section 31.
That was stolen from Men in Black. That's the good thing about Kurtzman trackers. You can purge it from your brain pretty quick. I feel it needs to be roasted. And then I would ask this then, would the panel try this experiment with me?
Well, hold on. Before you go there, I want to answer something you asked. You were talking about, like, shouldn't they be insulted and about the bad art? They started this in the stupid, the last Trek movie that they did, Beyond, when they turned Sulu gay. Look what George Takei said. He goes, "Why did you do this?" And they kept saying, "Well, we thought you'd be happy about it." It's like, no,
yeah, I'm not. I'm an actor. I played a Studley spaceman, and like, I have no shame about being gay. I just happen to have a certain pride about the fact that by the time Miami Vice was on, I was seen as a sexual threat to Melanie Griffith, who had power over her and was presented as a villain in a 3-episode arc. I think that I'm proud of the fact that no one knew I was gay to the point that I was playing a bad guy in Miami, a hetero bad guy in Miami Vice. Now Hollywood might have known, but the thing is, George Takei presented as a heterosexual for the purposes of making his money and his art. And I'm going to say we don't like what he says. He's an asshole on X and stuff like that. He has to stop. And I think he has. It's been a long time since I've seen an objectionable statement from him. Does he have vitriol? Will he take anybody's money to say stuff? At this point, it does seem that way, but it's the final act for him. And he doesn't have the kind of dignity, and he's never been as based as Shatner. That said, Sulu himself, George Takei, said to them, fuck you. I played him as a studly spaceman. You're destroying my art.
Yeah, and
art.
that's exactly what Kurtzman doesn't realize, and it's just amplified in the show now. It's like, hey, I thought you'd like this. Why aren't you happy? It's the same crap that just the whole white savior idea that we see. It's like, wait a minute, why aren't you happy because I did the thing for you? You know, I did this for you. Well, you should be happy. Be grateful, damn it.
You present a very interesting thought here. Are you saying that he's found like a twist on this one? And Germ, I invite you to speculate too. Is he like hetero savior? He's like, I'm going to be like soy hetero best friend to the theater community and give them interest in Star Trek by making it singing, dancing Star Trek. Because look, Kurtzman, guys, we don't know what his deal is. All we know is that at the premiere to this show, he hung back and let his wife get greeted and answer a long series of questions before he answered like 3 one-word questions. Is it because he's got nothing going on, or is it because like that's part of his image? It seemed everything about that press conference seemed really contrived, except for the way that chick showed up dressed. I think she just got some money and went nuts at the dollar store. She was the cheapest dollar store black person. She would get thrown out of any video from the 80s in that. Sam the hologram in that outfit with the grill and the jacket and the hat.
Kurtzman's behaving a lot in similar ways that Dave Filoni does. He's manipulative. You can manipulate the hell out of him. It's just he has an anger that. Well, we'll see. Maybe Filoni will end up doing the same thing now that he's in charge of Star Wars. Like, I think if Filoni was a showrunner the same way Kurtzman is, I think we'd be getting the same stuff if left to his own devices. Thing is, no one is in control of Kurtzman. Filoni's going to have a leash on him. No one's telling Kurtzman what to do until now.
Kurtzman very wisely took advantage of the absolute and total confusion around the Paramount sale, and he was able to extend his lifespan there. And I think he was hoping for divine intervention. And I think now, once the Paramount sale went down to the Ellisons, and like I said, Germ was in on this broadcast. Germ, do you think once the Ellisons became the obvious owners and the only owners, he gave up, and like whether he thought that these ideas could fly? And I will say to my dying day that he thought Section 31 was great and would turn things around. Like that to him that was a Kurtzman 10.
He has a level of stupidity.
He loves Section 31 just like he loves Star Trek Academy. And from what I've been reading, Kurtzman is still in complete denial about Academy not doing well.
Oh, yeah.
He will not go to the meetings about how it failed. He's not going to the meetings according. Now, this is Tachyon Pulse's stuff, guys, and we love Tack, but like, we don't know. Like, we never had that conversation about where's it come from. Sean, you saw the conversation. Someone else I've reached out to a little bit. I jumped in their live stream, not on live, but in their chat and said hi, and they stopped for a moment and acknowledged me. So it would seem JDA Talks is aware of the Admiral, which is good. We want to talk to JDA Talks, but you watch the Tachyon Pulse JDA Talks YouTube conversation. JDA Talks would have to be best described as he's a sci-fi author out there promoting his sci-fi books, but he's doing YouTube and he's turning into a decent YouTuber. His numbers, we're trying to figure it out. He may have run a legitimate campaign and just has a lot of subs. The way things happen when he drops a video, it has Doomcock-like speed without the numbers of Doomcock. That's there's something going on there. I would be interested in decoding that kind of exuberance. But if you haven't turned on your notifications for this channel, I do not break the speed limit. You're not going to get one on a daily basis. And there's only 3 notifications maximum a day people can send out. It's more like maybe 5 notifications a week from me, tops. That includes the show notifications. I try to stay away from the community tabs post because, one, it does a terrible job of getting things out there, and B, I've noticed that only people like Cult Classic Cage, whose community puts 30 likes on a post, get their posts noticed, and then it shows up in my feed. And I've been supporting Cult Classic Cage for like 40 months as a paid member of that community. I recommend that channel, but if we're going to take this NUTrek message any further, I need people to kind of turn on their notifications and jump in this with me just a little more. Like, this is not Mount Carmel, Texas. Okay. We're not Branch Davidians. I'm not asking you guys to do anything crazy. We're not hoarding phasers here or anything like that. We're not going to drive into town and have it out with the federal marshals or anything, but we need a couple of things. One would be 30 to 35 likes. 35 really juices things. The Star Trek show for Awakenings went crazy. It was 1.5 thousand views and climbing. It was still going. And thank you to everyone who watched that and for the people who joined from that one. We're going to continue the analysis of Enterprise in a second. As I finish, just the next thing is you say watch and record the reactions. I would ask watch and record the reactions together since we have to watch this
Admiral
show
Teag,
anyway.
incoming super chat.
We have something on the photonic sonar from our friend RRTNZ Welshie. It's good to see our friend Welshie, who does not mind his ethnic pejorative. We speak in ethnic pejoratives here sometimes, my friends. Bring your biases to the bridge. Don't leave them in your corners. I think we should congratulate Starfleet Academy, says our good friend RRTNZ, for making Trek accessible to people who couldn't appreciate it before. Insane.
Hey, since we're this far in, I think I can say this without YouTube hearing it. Starfleet Academy is the best show since SpongeBob SquarePants made for retards.
Oh,
So
sir.
say we all.
So say we all. Germ, not only did you get the comment taken down, you got embiggened for that one. We stand behind you. I think we should congratulate Starfleet Academy for making Trek accessible to people who couldn't appreciate
Admiral
it before.
Teag, incoming
The
super chat.
insane, the intellectually challenged, wine moms and YA fans. Well done, Kurtzman. You know what? Kurtzman's real goal here is to have the term heteroabnormative introduced into the popular lexicon to replace being just straight. I think he wants that term hetero. Oh, he's a heteroabnormative. Like no woman in the show has any breasts. We're looking at a bunch of Ki'Shara Knightleys. And thank you, RRTNZ, with another $5 New Zealand super chat. Says, I watched Star Trek 6 last night. So exclusive because you need a functioning brain to enjoy it. Kurtzman has freed Star Trek from such shackles. Bravo!
That keys into a question I have.
Severed from the shackles of good Star Trek, one begins to stick their tongue out, and soon you don't have very good television. Sorry, I just figured I'd do my Patrick Stewart. Sean, you had a thought? And thank you, RR.
RR's two chats here gives me a question I've been wanting to ask you guys. Do you think there's a level of this Streisand effect with how bad Academy is and how so many YouTubers are talking about it, and it's a big discussion? Do you think it's causing people to go back and go, I'm going to go watch some older Trek? And is it having perhaps the opposite effect that they want? Because you got to remember, like the way these wokey people on that side are, the louder they're screaming, that means you're winning more. Like the louder they get, you know you're winning.
I've won 2 arguments.
They're so emotional, and they start throwing tantrum.
They're also very low information. They're also very low information. If you ask them a question from the end of an episode or from an episode 3, they don't know shit. They don't know shit.
So that's my question is, like, we know they're screaming so loud. We know we're having an impact. So that's why I don't think Star Trek's dead. We just miss it, and we're like give us more. We need this stuff. So this has woken up a lot of people, I think, that were just kind of apathetic about Star Trek, and now they're kind of like, it's just another thing to be pissed off about.
Well, here's the thought. Our new
yes, William
Trek.
Shakespeare, it is me. Hi, sir.
Yeah. We
Nice
have
to see
Sean.
ya. Yeah, it's me. Good to see
We'll
you.
give you his name back when we get to 35 likes.
I am Lon Damon.
Yeah, I like Nod Mellon better because I'm dyslexic. So when I see the real Don Lemon's name, and by the way, like I just want to say the way they pronounce the names of the planets in NUTrek, Quarush and
Kronosh and
Kalish.
They're trying to sound like Captain Ake, because that's
I guess they're trying to excuse it. It's like you're saying it's like in Wonder Woman when on Themyscira all the women had Gal Gadot's inaugural strange accent, except young Gal Gadot, played by the child actor who had an American accent, to try to make. And then like adult Gal Gadot shows up and like, well, you've ruined my speech patterns now. I may as well leave your island.
Yeah.
The worst actress ever was the best part of the worst movie of last year. Gal Gadot's song in Snow White was the highlight of that movie because it was at least for 3 minutes that piece of shit tried to have fun, and her costume was cool and she was beautiful to look at. And you're like, this was never going to be good, but like in this 4 minutes of best case, like you're seeing what could have been a less destructive Snow White. So
I like
like
the
damage
Hi-Ho
control
song.
goes a long way.
I did like the Hi-Ho song. Yeah, that was fun. They did a really good. Sounded right, and I liked the things they added into it.
I thought it had. Here's the thing: stylistically, it was okay, but my problem was this: it had whistling in it, and I think they moved the songs out of order, so there's no whistling in Hi Ho, but they roll out the whistling for Whistle While You Work. There's a case to be made that whistling was very novel in very early 20th century because people were just whistling walking down the street. It was the like most common form of music you heard then. Now we're self-conscious. You don't even want to sing along with your earbuds unless you're Admiral Teag and don't fucking care. If you're ever in New York and you see a
whistle back in those days when they did that movie because it would peak the microphones. The microphones weren't.
We can still clapping and whistling are still terrible on mic. They're like the worst things you can do. But I had hello Wes Cagle, sir. It's good to see you here. Wes Cagle is among us. Wes Cagle.
I don't know if Wes Cagle caught the song the other night. He was on, but I don't know if he was at the computer at the time.
When even my nephew DMs me to say that my show seems like fun, after that song had him rolling. So yeah, if you want to play the song again, go ahead. The Admiral Teague, the NUTrek producer song. Sean did what I think is like, this is what AI was made for. Sean took like all the names of the producers, and my God, like, let's take a second here. I've had a chance to watch this. When it hits you live, you're laughing and you're enjoying it. I've had a time to enjoy this, Sean. I want to thank you for hunting down all those people's pictures or putting in the question mark with the silhouette, like the
I couldn't find a picture
before you put a picture, and we saw like none of them had like blue hair or that crazy looking, but some of them really did. Just like a lot of the female writers, especially Lindsay Weber, has like in most pictures has the most crazy eyes. She has the most crazy eyes.
Kirsten Webb, was it?
Is it Kristen Weber or Kirsten Weber? I don't know her name.
Yeah.
Like she's too cool to be a Kristen. She would like have gone back and renamed herself Kirsten.
And she's super woke because that picture I grabbed of her, I remember it was at a Comic-Con. She was on a panel and she said something like, it was something to like, oh, everyone in Trek is baseline bi, or it was one of those types of comments.
She's one of those people who wakes up and when she approaches her job, she's like, I have a mission and a message to approach this to shake up the patriarchy to make the world a better place. And that is just not why people want to escape to Star Trek. And I do think it is why people find our show appealing, because we bring you the old Star Trek, and like, we haven't done this before. We are literally crossing the streams, but like, we're 9 minutes away from the end of hour 1. We can whip up this episode 3 in like 90 minutes. Okay. Like this is not a big deal. So we will get your Enterprise coverage. This is a serious talk with our community about the future direction of the channel. NUTrek is enduring And as far as your Streisand effect, yes, on the old Star Trek, the problem with Enterprise is still the problem with Enterprise. Season 2 fucking sucks, and it really, really stops people dead because season 1 is red hot streaming. In order to get the word out there about how important it would be to just skip to season 3, where I understand Bakula's feelings about it. I really do. I hated season 3 when I watched it. Well, she is correct. You needed time to be away from it. When Sean said maybe they were writing it for the future, that would have been self-defeating. But I think what happened is they did write it for the future by mistake. And Wes Cagle, I don't know, like the emojis will present because they're StreamYard's emojis, so I can present the. Here we go. Two men come in the name of love. In a bathroom stall, two men come in the name of love in Trek Academy. In the name of love, pride, weather in the name of love. What? I don't really do song parodies. My belief is, and we've kept this true and pure. I don't know if it works or not, but my belief is unless I'm inspired to do the song parody on the spot, I will not do a song parody. And I think it's tracked with my emotion. Sean's never seen me angrier than that bot storm where I lost my mind and sang Failure for Sailor Rent, which might be one of the funniest song parodies I've ever done.
Yeah.
How hot with anger was I when that happened?
Was that the one that made me pass out?
No, I don't think. No, you actually had to calm me down and stop me from going into like a channel killing verse too. You were the voice of reason, but you were laughing. You had been trained for Failure for Sailor Rent. That was a few weeks after the pass out. You were on the comeback trail.
Okay.
Although I would remind everybody on the panel, we have to keep looking at our monitors and keep seeing how big our halos pop and going on and off cam if we do go on cam. Because I think what happens is our show's long enough that we sometimes drift away from the mic and I can't get harvestable sound bites. We had some great conversations where the sound level sucked last week. We were as bad as the show. Yeah, in our ears, it's not as obvious. StreamYards, guys, we hear every single problem and we hear everybody mixed louder. Like there's never like volume problems. If there are real problems, let us know.
Yeah,
there are ways for us to check. Hello, Michelle. And you know what's cool about letting us know is like we know our Star Trek fans and our Star Trek audiences. If you ride with us, if you get to be in this fleet, it's not because Admiral likes swatting people, and it's not because we're adversarial. If someone comes in here and just like out of nowhere calls me a liar like that other guy did, he turned out to be a real YouTuber. We thought it was a bot. People can have problems and end up sounding like a bot. Hey, Mr. Phobos, what's going on, my man? Gay of love, we're dark in the
Did you
name
want to
of
take a poll
love.
to see if, or maybe just not a real poll, but if, because you said if you wanted to show the song again, if people want to see it, I can pull it
No,
up.
we will show. I have made an executive decision, but I think Mr. Phobos' song parody here is worth finishing. This is worthy. One man bent over chain link fence. One man he don't resist. One man blown on an empty beach.
Oh God.
Klingon maybe tastes on his lips.
God,
In the name of love. You know what? You haven't heard Gay and Pride in the Name of Weather until you've heard it in the original Klingon. And that's what like we used. Thank you, Mr. Foba. It's great to see you, buddy. What's going on? You know what? We're debating whether or not to continue with the NUTrek stuff. And
I think we gotta.
I think we have to. The poll has become scientific. And also, guys, let's give a bunch of likes to Wes Cagle's extremely prideful super chat here. What can I say? Like, it's fun to stay at the YMCA. Like, guys, the way I see it, the more sarcastic and ironic and the more fun we have, the more real gay people will find this show entertaining the way they never find fucking Kurtzman track. I live in New York. I have a few friends. I've been to a couple of clubs that Kurtzman only went to once and remembers with reverential joy because his wife has, in my opinion, his manliness in a Ziploc bag in the deep freezer in the garage. She doesn't even keep it in the fridge in the house so he can fuck it. That's where I think Kurtzman's manliness is.
God.
It's got to thaw out for so long before he can screw it on to write something that he just goes out there like a light bulb socket and writes what he writes. He is one of the worst writers we've ever seen. We've never seen failure on this scale before. And what we're thinking is the weirdest thing is from the seeds of this destruction, I do think that, and I'll ask my panel this, and Istophobos was here for the show where we debated this one. I don't know if we had this fact, but this now seems like a fact. Isto, let's get your it is. Let's get Isto's view too on this one. Just give us in the chat before we jump onto Enterprise and end the poll. And by jump onto Enterprise, I don't mean anything untoward, but was Starfleet Academy
We may jump on
YouTube? We may jump onto Paul or to Pow. Pow's all right too. She's got some huge cans. But was Starfleet Academy put on YouTube with the comments on and the ability to ratio it by not Secret Hideout, but in fact Paramount as a way to have cause to fire Kurtzman?
I want to hear Germ's thought on this before I talk.
I want to hear Istophobos' thought, even if it's not on purpose, guys. This is such a black eye for him that it is going to help getting rid of him go a lot easier. You can just hold up the scorecard, the back of Nerdrotic's baseball card for his live stream with the Spock action figure and theirs and the total numbers. And that's damning, guys.
Germ.
As far as it goes for the YouTube numbers, Ellison probably sat Kurtzman down and said, I'm putting this up on YouTube. I'm leaving it all open, and I'm going to force you to read all the bad reviews.
In other words, I'm not giving you the money and deploying the resources of our network so that I can cover for your bad action, is what you're saying.
Admiral Teag, incoming super chat.
This is a much nicer way of putting it.
Tactical display. I heard that Kurtzman will be done. We'll be Don Lemon's cell phone mate. You know what? Let justice be done on that one. Honestly, we are all entitled to our opinions. Let justice be done. As far as Kurtzman, I'm going to say something about entertainment now that's a privately held opinion of my own, but I'm going to let my panel answer this one. And now we've drifted over into pop culture, and I guess the Star Trek review is going to come in a little bit secondary because we can't rope this in an hour. We might go 75 minutes on this one if we have to, but let me ask you something, guys. Sean, first, your thoughts on the ratioing.
Here's what I think.
I think was done to embarrass him.
Huh?
Was the ratioing done to embarrass him? And then your larger thought.
Here's what I think. I think Kurtzman is, like you guys, like we've thought, is so self-deluded that he really thinks it's a good show. And I think Ellison put that up there to call his bluff. He's like, fine, if it's so good that we're going to put it up the first episode for free so we can draw people into this wonderful show that you've made for us. And then we'll see where we are. I think it was more to call the bluff. Or just to finally, like, put the mirror up to it and it's like, okay, we can't say nothing we're saying to you is registering. Let's let it go up there. And then I think the secondary thing was so that they would have cause. So you got to get something on paper and you get it so that the public believes it. So you don't have all these people. Well, they're already running to the defensive. It's saying it's
and his inevitable hostile environment lawsuit or whatever he throws back at them.
It's unrefutable. That's what I'm saying. Is like they put it up there. It's unrefutable. I think part of it was done for cause. They could say, look, here's evidence. Look at the ratio on here.
They didn't say review bomb it up.
Like 3 or 4 times as many dislikes as likes.
That's what I was going to say. When we say they let it happen, we've seen Disney pull the same move, but then within a couple of days of the ratioing, they reverse review. When this stuff is exposed to YouTube, they themselves pre-review bomb it up.
Oh,
They
yeah.
review boost it up. Then we
that's what
show up
pisses
and
me
give our
off.
opinions, and we truthfully do what they're calling review bombing. I call the truth. Okay. Then the truth hits them, and then they cope, review bomb it, and reboost it again. So the real review bombers, in my opinion, are the producers. And I think what they told Kurtzman at this point, because this didn't happen like other drops on YouTube for other shows. This did not get pre-boosted and then reboosted. This was destroyed with no damage control and no help.
And
from
they
corporate.
quietly took it down the other day. It's privated now.
Yeah.
That first episode has now been quietly privated.
You have to have the link.
A lot of people are talking about that now, but
because
here's
more
the thing,
people
like, when you're
watched
talking
Unification. Because more,
Yeah.
which was never public.
And when you're talking about review bombing, negative review bombing only works on a small scale for individual people, you know, perhaps from a northern part of the continent that might have a personal problem with you. But when you get to a whole show, not enough people care so much that they're going to go and put false negative reviews. But there is an incentive and a financial one to positively alter the numbers. It is far more likely that a show will get artificially boosted than artificially dropped. You got
Yes, that is absolutely true.
There's no financial incentive to review bomb negative a show, but
Why
there is
is
one to boost one, and that's what this is.
And most people being relatively upbeat and relatively positive, we would hope, not as cynical as us, having not watched as much of the crap. That's why, I mean, 44% is a little high, but like that sounds like what a bunch of normies would say about this. Like 66 out of like about 70 out of 100 of them would be like, ugh. You know, 44% ain't great. And
Normies
the
would
double
not
of
watch
that.
past episode 1 of this shit.
No, they would just, the problems that we pointed out, like when we showed you the guy with no fingers, the fingers just cut off by the lack of special effects money and the green screen error because they did it with the cheapest. They literally used the same software that YouTubers use for their green screen effect. That's a YouTuber problem. And if you noticed, it was
and the doctor's quote when he we didn't talk about that, did we?
The doctor's what?
When the doctor was in the beginning, the first 2 minutes of the episode, when the doctor was quoting Aaron Satie, he said, "With the first link, the chain is forged. With the first speech censured, the first freedom denied, us all." That's a direct quote what he said, and nobody caught it. 23 producers didn't catch it. The director
there's like a deprives or enslaves us all in there. He missed the adjective.
Let me see if I can do
or
it.
The verb. He missed the verb in the
first
sentence.
Link, the chain is broken. The first speech censured. The first freedom denied.
The first link, the chain is forged. Right? Isn't he talking about shackling us to the dogmatic rules rather than having this? It's about the spirit of a law rather than the letter of the law, isn't it?
No, it's more like the second you silence one person, you've silenced everybody. Everyone's damaged. We're all, as soon as you take the rights from one man, we're all damaged. And that was the thing.
Which is what makes the Don Lemon situation particularly dangerous because he's a provocateur. And he's a charlatan, in my opinion. Hello, Trucker Martin. He's a provocateur and a charlatan, in my opinion. But in 100 years, people might, like the way we're like the Dred Scott decision, they're like, the people versus Nod Mellon. The people versus Nod Mellon. On like, whatever, January 2026, Nod Mellon went with a bunch of people to a place and did this on camera. And then people would watch the historical documents and they'd be like, man, oh, it smells like an old library when they show that video. But I mean, this has potential to affect all of us. This jackass running into this place and our freedom of speech is kind of turning on it. But it was weird that this week they did the freedom of speech one. This is the only time NUTrek managed to be accidentally prescient. And the other thing was there was a mention of like, not Somalia, but Ethiopia, which what a NUTrek thing. Close, but no cigar, right? Or should I say close but no fucking food?
Yeah, I don't want to get too much into the episode, like we ranted about that already, but yeah,
The episode was poorly
uh,
made. It had CGI problems. It had green screen problems. It had people's hands ground together from the AI that was controlling the CGI. Neural Derp would not have allowed that garbage on his own channel. There was a minute here and a minute there where it was good. Now you know where the money, where the Rings of Power might have gone, because those two shows are sister shows. And if you watch Rings of Power, the way the elves act, they act exactly like our Vulcans. The elves are Vulcans in Rings of Power. You don't have to watch Rings of Power if you watch Star Trek Discovery. Hey, Kal-El, and hello to the Dead Man and the Trek Reviewer. It's nice to see everybody here.
hey everybody.
You know what? This is the last couple of minutes to take the poll. And did I miss a super chat? Was there one from West Cagle while we were ranting that I didn't address?
No.
Oh no, we did. The rant was addressing the super chat. Sorry, guys. Sometimes the windmill in my brain has no oxygen blowing through it. You know what I'm saying? There's something blowing through there, but it's not oxygen anymore. Could it be a lead pellet? Could it be a phaser bolt? After I watch some of these things, oh my God, to not make self-deletion analogies when we watch these shows. It's the hardest thing. It's the hardest thing not to make self-deletion analogies. And with Starfleet Academy, like analogies to like real world, it's so grossly real world, and they do things on cable, and they are the sleaziest streaming show of all. They curse. They have nothing but same-sex teenagers. I don't care that they're adults. They're in the show. They're teenagers. Starfleet Academy is like the Jedi Academy. They're too young for fucking college, these people in the meta of the show.
Yeah.
And there's no backlog after 120 years. We needed I ate my comm badge. And we got a bad Shakespearean actor proving why he had to do summer stock for so long in Robert Picardo. All right, guys. So this is the last thing we're going to say about this one. I think there's a really bad phenomenon going on in entertainment. And if you listen to anything I say about anything Star Trek or anything else, mark this date on your calendar, mark the time code on this, whatever, if you want to be able to call me out later. This is what I think is going on. There's a new way of failing. Once you can't fail up anymore, there's something I call the Viking funeral golden parachute. Here's what it is. You ready?
Yeah.
Guys, Stephen Colbert's show was a loser that was making no money, and I myself have testified that I've watched his whole career, and there was a point decades ago where he was really funny. And even Germ will say in some of his animated voice work and stuff, he did a great job. Germ, am I wrong? Some of those old Adult Swim things. He's a lot of voices.
He used to be talented.
Yeah. What happened was Stephen Colbert drank too deeply from his own talent. He tried to get by on being an edgelord, and then it became a little too easy, and he didn't work as hard, and he was a little too comfortable, and things went his way for a really long time. And then when the first thing that didn't go his way, unfortunately, he was bit by hating on Orange Man is a golden fucking thing. Like, there's money in it. So he goes low effort with this really expensive show and starts under delivering. That first year where he was really trying, the shows are a little bit of a higher quality. The thing is, when it was sold as satire on the Colbert Report, it worked better. When it was just revealed that he felt that way, it was no longer funny. As I break a glass in anger.
Yep.
Just needed to grab a towel. It fucking makes me annoyed. So this is the point. I think that Stephen Colbert, I think that his firing, I think that there was no way out of that contract anyway. And there was a decision made on a publicity level to announce that he was being fired, and then start a campaign of blaming it on his low effort anti-Trump comedy. What do you guys think of that?
I think he. I'm sorry, Germ. Go for it. Go ahead.
It sounds pretty accurate. He was always a lefty, and then when he saw that people loved him for saying lefty stuff, he forgot how to do anything else.
I think when people start using their comedy to with the intention of expressing their anger instead of making people laugh.
Yeah, he was.
That's
He
when
was
they
trying to
lose
piss
it.
people off. Yeah, it was the Kurtzman approach. Like, we only want the right people to watch our show, and look what happened to his show. Now he will probably thrive in a place like YouTube and have a decent amount of engagement because there's enough people to support that as a YouTube operation, except for the like 190 of his 207, like 190 of his 200 people who are gone and out of a fucking job. It's kind of cool to see a theatrical experience and have people have steady jobs, but like, if you're not making with the product and you're losing money, it's it's got to go.
I don't know how much truth there is to whether he'd be successful moving to this platform. I mean,
It's up to our listeners and everyone else.
It's like everyone says, "Oh, you hit 15 home runs in the majors, but you're hitting 40 in the minors." Like, doesn't impress me.
That's a very good analogy. I honestly, here's my thought though, is that as Stephen Colbert goes out in this Viking funeral as a hero to, like, say 40% of the country who won't be bothered to watch his TV show, you know what I mean? As a hero to the casual listener, the casual person, a hero to the casual person, rebranding himself as as this guy who has been, punished for being an anti-Trump voice. Sean and I and Jerem, we apologize, but we've been to college. Remember the speaking tours? Remember the speakers at your college? Remember some of the people that came through there? When I was in college, we had leftover hippies. And like, I saw like Abby Hoffman. I saw, what do you call it? William Sessions, former FBI head, fired for having a gambling problem. Debate Timothy Leary, the guy who popularized LSD. So I've seen a few things, as far as college speaking tours, and those things paid $4,000 a pop back when I was in college. I'm thinking a college speaking tour day is $10,000, and you get a bunch of youngins who, as far as like, they're barely legal, but they're legal, who are going to think you're fucking awesome and like heroic. Like, you, like the college speaking tour, like, the thing that it's unsaid about it is like, I don't know any specific person I would hang this on, but like, you're George R.R. Martin. You go to a college speaking tour. It's an easy $10,000 paycheck, and you might just score with like a 20-year-old chick because you're George R.R. Martin. Bill Belichick's recent ex-girlfriend proves that people will do these things. And I, for one, think that they're secretly still dating because he was passed over by the Hall of Fame and the NFL because of, quote, weird personal priorities. No, those are very clear and not weird at all. Personal priorities just didn't sit well at the NFL. At that, and I think maybe because of the cheating scandals, they didn't want him in on the first ballot. But I mean, but that Hall of Fame, who cares? But
that and Robert Kraft sort of hates him.
That
and Robert
too,
Kraft runs the NFL.
No NFL team's called to have him be coach either. Here's the thing, though. The afterglow, I think that Kurtzman is making bad Star Trek on purpose now, not just for brand destruction, but also think about this. He has a college speaking tour career ahead of him that could be, he could do 45 colleges a year and make $450,000 easily. Sean and Germ, am I crazy? With his crazy bull, Alex Kurtzman run off by Trump from being a Star Trek creator, and it's like, I was there to make Star Trek for you and for you. Like, even Mark D with a C, who knows he's full of shit, said he was a decent personal speaker. So what do you think of this? Scapegoating people for your failure and setting you up for your post-career as advocate for that which you failed to represent and get any audience for as like a narrow streamer on a big platform. These guys did YouTube style narrow streaming on TV. They didn't make a show for everybody. I think that it's a persecution tale and an origin tale to keep them going as a speaker and keep them rich after their career. What they're saying at this point with Stephen Colbert. And I think Jimmy Kimmel's been told similar shit. You're gone in about a year. Because these martyr stories, if anybody reads the National Enquirer, Jimmy Kimmel's wife saying that they had to unfriend their Trump supporting friends because Jimmy's fighting a war. My fucking father fought in the war. Go fuck yourself, Jimmy
The
Kimmel,
thing
for
is,
saying
like,
that
in
way.
today's the way things are in the past couple of months, we have a victim of the day mindset. The victim of the day changes like the news cycle, so you're not going to get much sympathy for these guys 2 or 3 months out. As soon as they're off the air, everyone's going to forget about them, just like they forgot about Don Lemon. And it took for him to do this crazy thing in order to get back on the radar. And so, like, no, these people are going to just fade away. No one's going to go, hey, did you see what Colbert said on his YouTube channel last night? Like, come on. No. He's not going to. There's not enough room. And especially if they're just on there whining about why they don't have their major league starting position anymore. They're going to be like Uncle Rico. They're going to be Uncle Rico of fucking YouTube.
Or TL from Landman, right?
Yeah.
The first
Yeah.
time in 50 years, I got to hold beautiful. Here's the thing: whether or not it's going to work out, I think that's now an exit strategy that a bunch of people are trying. It's like you failed on your own merit or lack thereof in these cases, and on your way out the door, you get to present yourself as a hero and as a guy who's going out as a persecuted martyr who is, worthy of making, like, would anyone scoff at $450,000 a year to, like, sometimes score with hot, like, young chicks? Like, I might be able to justify working 45 days to make that kind of money.
I won't do that for any less than $2.
Exactly. It's like we pay for cable services to watch people live that life in Landman, where it's like my wife is basically a paid stripper who lives with me. That's why I hired one to do physical therapy for my dad. But that's tomorrow when we have Krimlon back for the member stream. But we asked Istophobos what he thought. So let's just track back on the Istophobos comments and let's see. Think Teag could be beyond to something, but it still makes the Ellisons look bad. Istophobos, we can't prove it. Like, I know I can't prove this one, and like I totally respect Istophobos' decisions on this one and the way he feels about it, because like none of us can go see this proof, unfortunately. Like, I would love to be in there with like a landing an away team of Star Trek fans, Istophobos, led by I will lead an away team of Istophobos, Sean, and Germ, and myself. We will beam into the Paramount headquarters. Phaser set the stun, and we will look at those scan them with your tricorder, Sean. I'll guard the perimeter, and that would be a viable I would love to be able to do that. We can't. All we have here is some speculation. The joyful thing is that the speculation is now skewing better.
I need a subcutaneous transmitter in case I need to shoot a laser onto a jail lock.
First, we have to generate some of like the best Star Trek memes. Where isn't it Kirk's Spock is behind Kirk and Kirk's like screaming in pain and bent over the bed while they're like pulling the thing out of his arm. There's some great memes in that episode. Why not always have the subcutaneous communicator?
Yeah.
Why not always have it? It seems to me that, like, especially when you're going to places where you can't give away who you are, you should just have that all the time. That was a bad plot device, but I do love that episode. Patterns of Force is like still a good episode. It's the Ellisons. My only guess here is that they are legally obligated to show it. Sean came up with something, though. They might be able to punt the date that they show it for a real long time, and they might be willing to. And by the way, like, getting out of a contract, if they don't want to show any more of it, going to the people who are your shareholders and getting them on your side when you go to the arbitrator and say, sirs, because like we said, the one thing we do know is it's standard for almost every Hollywood contract to say that you will go to arbitration before you go to court, which is why the Star Trek Discovery video game trial happens in court, but the Star Trek Discovery Netflix arbitration is sealed behind closed doors. It's a fucking loophole in the legal system. But that's why, like, remember Heather Thomas from The Fall Guy? She got like crunched by falling lights or something like that. She got a payout, and that was it. She was just gone, like arbitration. She couldn't go back. You have to you can go back and sue, but it has to be like super, super strong. Even
Yeah.
Rust, I don't think went the civic route. Like he had to be sued criminally. I don't think they have civil ability to go after him for that. Like, but I don't want to speculate on that one too much. That's not the fan. Colbert was a huge LOTR fan, and he shilled for Rings of Power. That's what broke his soul. That and shilling for yeah, it's very possible. I do not trust him on Tolkien anymore, and I do not trust him on he has destroyed his Star Trek fan cred and his overall nerd cred is just it's absolutely destroyed.
Oh, his nerd card has been revoked for sure.
Yeah, he and by the way, his one moment in The Hobbit sucks. Like he was squeezed in, and like we didn't need him in that. He that was worse for his weird character. Just jammed in there with the intent of being funny. And Peter Jackson's a good writer and a good director, but coming up with spontaneous humor off the top of his head to accommodate weird American celebrity, just it didn't work out. That movie sucks. And like Jerm said, like those movies are made in such a way that it's it's hard to explain. It's Phobos. The panel show doesn't do guests, but if you're around last hour, I'll beam you on. But we were supposed to wrap up and do the NUTrek, the Enterprise thing. So this was what we're just entertaining the golden parachute route hypothetical. I would absolutely have you on, and you're invited on during a weekday where you can absolutely say your thing. Like we actually like that. This became a policy like a month ago. I told everybody like on Saturdays and Sundays, like we just don't do guests. So I don't beam people up. Like it's not an untoward question at all. Let's give Istophobos his questions full range here as a professional courtesy, and because he's been on here with us a couple of times. Colbert was a huge Lord of the Rings fan. He shielded for the Rings of Power. That kind of broke his soul. Did they break up? There was nothing about them splitting up. Who did we talk about breaking up? I don't remember. Kurtzman and his wife, or Kurtzman and his wife. I don't know if they broke up. I would say Kurtzman would ask her permission if he could leave first. That was the energy.
About Belichick.
Oh, Belichick and Jordan Hudson seem to have. Yeah, sorry.
No, I was muted. No,
Jordan Hudson seems to have I would beam you up on any other show. The Saturday night show, we have to do the pat. We're like segueing from this now. You are absolutely a worthy and welcome member of any panel we do. Tonight we can't do it though. Yeah, they broke up yesterday, apparently, allegedly. Wait, who did? Jordan Hudson and Bill Belichick.
Oh, them.
Okay. Only nobody believed she loved him. But I do believe that he proves why men play football and why men watch football and why men try to succeed. I might go send my intern to videotape the Jets practice too, if I thought in 20 years I would be an old man with no teeth sleeping and waking up next to Jordan Hudson. I might do that. I might tell Tom Brady, you know what? Let a couple of pounds of pressure out of the ball, Tom. If I thought that maybe I might be a 71, 72, is it 76 and 24? It was a 49-year-old age difference and she was 24. So that would make him what? 71, 72, 72. Apparently that was the reason why they wouldn't hire Bill Belichick into the NFL, and apparently that was the reason why the Hall of Fame passed on him. So anyway, it gave a lot of people pause. Everyone has to mention
paid for it like everyone else.
Yeah, I mean, he could just say, like, why does Bill fly to the Netherlands every bye week? I don't know. He has the money.
Why did Bill Gates go where he went and then give a? Never mind. That's alleged.
I think my favorite person who got caught doing that, honestly, was probably Robert Kraft getting caught doing it at Mar-a-Lago, and his excuse is, well, I'm lonely. My wife died. It's like, oh, fuck you.
Well,
that's how you remember her.
Was it Phobos asked a question like if Colbert and Kimmel cheat on their wives? I think it's the other way around. I think the wives are cheating on them.
It's not cheating if they're in on it.
Well, that's true. The boyfriends do let them have some fun on the Xbox sometimes.
Yeah, they don't have wives. They have a womb with a view.
No,
Mhm.
Kimmel's off in the corner. He's just sitting there with a bag of popcorn.
Allegedly.
Kurtzman and Filoni, I put in that group too. I think they're totally fine.
Yeah.
Only
no.
their wives aren't with other men. They're with the coven.
We would think. I mean, honestly, yeah. Last word on this one. What the fuck is going on with Dave Filoni and Alex Kurtzman, but especially Dave Filoni and his wife and their limited record collection? I mean, we know that you have every Dio record. Could you buy the ones he did with Black Sabbath to expand, like, maybe to the lyrics of Geezer Butler? Something like every Disney Star Wars show is a witch, a talisman, a warning, a mystery, danger, and love. These are also in every Dio song, and he does it better. And he's just like, oh, the tarot woman, she's a gypsy. She threw me the card of love. And then someone plays a great guitar solo, and it sounds fantastic because he has a great voice, and he's Dio. With Dave Filoni, we've done like the talisman, the coven, and the mystery, and the danger, and the love. Every time you can't do it right. And I think the only strings they're going to have on him is financial. All right. So that being said, wow. Let's talk about Enterprise. Episode 3 of the
Oh, yeah, that's what
Spock.
this show's for.
Whoever knew? You know what? Let's do the right thing. As we segue from the pop culture, like this is probably a little more what it's going to be like when we do TOS, because on that one, everything has already been said with the original series.
Well, TOS
Probably
is gonna be
much
very
shorter
structured.
reviews,
Yeah, we'll have shorter structured reviews for TOS.
which will be cool because it gives us time to do pop culture in general for part of the show. We can cover story of the week, and honestly, I think the Jerem and I, like when we came up with this one, and he was a great advisor on this one. Everybody's doing Disney. Disney can field the equivalent of like every movie has the payroll of one season worth of a football team. Disney very easily fields like 12 to 15 football teams worth of failed projects a year. They can keep absorbing that for like another 10 to 15 years before they really have to face the consequences of it. Their pile of money is so big. Paramount's coming to town saying they want to make movies for everyone and have fun for the whole family and also make family movies. And they're looking to do things like give money to Angel Cinema and distribute them. So Paramount looking to put like families back in theaters and people back in seats and do it the old fashioned way when they were going to try to acquire Warner Brothers, something that I still favor despite some of these things. Because Netflix, I don't think will use them right. We were talking about, he was saying he wanted to put out the equivalent of 30 major movies a year. In other words, Ellison has the money to put out the entire National Football League in payroll every fucking year and see what happens. Cast it to the wind. That is fucking money. Disney has like 4 movies this year. That's they can. The only consequence for them is that they're trying to get the mix right. And the thing is, they just lost their last best asset. They got rid of Hulu. It goes away today. At midnight, Hulu goes away. Guys, Hulu was so much better than Disney. All those 50-cent shows made money and kept people at work. Those will probably jump to a new network. And Hulu's just going to get mixed into it's just going to disappear and they're going to lose their Hulu subs. Anyone want to just on the Hulu thing before we move on?
Yeah, I think you're spot on there.
Yeah, they couldn't have Hulu do better than Disney Plus, so they decided to fold it in. So,
yeah,
am I the only one who likes the Hulu shows?
Themselves.
For
That's
1
the only
month, they'll
reason
have
they did
a
it.
huge number on Disney Plus. And then all those people who find out they got rolled in from Hulu to Disney Plus are just going to cancel.
All right. Well, you're right. So at this point, like
They
I
would have been
said,
embarrassed by Hulu kicking its own. It's like punching themselves in the face.
why are you hitting
Investors
yourself?
don't like that.
All right, there we go. I've changed back to the primary logo. Very subtle, but like when I scan through this tomorrow, I won't have to listen to see where we changed. Guys, in episode 3 of the Vulcan, what we're calling the Forge trilogy, the intrepid crew of the NX-01 has departed Vulcan for Andoria with Saval, who is now another free agent. We have 2 free agent Vulcans, and we also, I'm going to get some video together for this so that you guys can see what we're talking
folks,
about.
It's not the crew of the Intrepid, it's the Intrepid crew.
Of the NX-01.
Of the
Yeah.
NX-01.
Thank you for that correction, Sean.
No, I wasn't. You got it right. I was just clarifying and making a stupid joke.
I was just making the best rejoinder I could. I thought it sounded conversational. That was a good way to go. I'm down with it. Guys, like we're celebrating like this, like on December 21st, I think we passed 1.5 years of doing this show.
Wow.
Yeah, on the shortest, darkest day of the year, we hit our anniversary. What can I say? And you guys have been here with us. Let me just say, I thought that this was a pretty good episode as an episode 3, but I don't know how solid ground we're on episode by episode anymore. And I do understand at this point, I think that it's becoming confusing to Star Trek fans. And I think it's becoming just a mess to find the show. And now that they've committed to these 3 episode arcs, we really we have to count on people being dialed into the story, and your network support is falling apart, and your time slot is always in jeopardy.
Yep. It was sad, for sure. Did we lose Teag?
No, I'm here.
Oh,
I was just, the one thing I would say I thought was good was we got our best look for T'Pol in these episodes. We have her best uniform. They finally went, they've loved that like red salmon-y kind of color on her. So we've got her uniform perfect. And the finishing touches were she now has military insignias on them. I'm okay with this weird uniform just for Vulcans. I guess it's culturally appropriate. And this is the third episode straight for Archer's alternate uniform.
Oh, the desert one?
The desert khakis. And here he is, our pal Saval, Rip Saval. Rip Admiral Forrest, who's saving him. And we have a previously on that works. And we'll let you see some of the previously on images. Major Star Trek actor, Robert Foxworthy here. He's in a lot of Star Trek. I think he's in TNG and DS9. Jerem, you would know more about the DS9 side.
I don't remember him too well in DS9.
I don't think they do in his Admiral in TNG, but I think that Admiral is just either a dick who hates Picard or a villain. I don't remember which one. And I think he might play the leader of like
Sometimes
one
it's
planet
both.
in there too.
Usually if it's an admiral, it's both someone who hates Picard and the villain.
Admiral Thomas Henry is like the only admirable admiral. And then the other one that I like is I like Admiral Nechayev because she is correct and Picard is an arrogant piece of shit. And like it would seem like the entire Picard show was built on only Admiral Nechayev's view of Picard, huh? Like she hates him.
Well, they ended up having a respect for each other though. She wasn't
after
a villain.
She talks to him about Hugh.
Well, no, yeah.
It changes. She says that you pointed this one out to me. The crew.
No, when I say villain, I mean she was not like she's going to be caught and court-martialed and brought before the council. Like that's
you
what I'm
could
saying.
wonder
like,
that from her relationship, but she never had her own episode. She was never present except for the one episode where she talks to him about Hugh.
Yeah, but she dressed his ass down, and rightfully so. She
was so much more correct than him. And it was only looking back on it that I realized that I loved Jean-Luc Picard. He was still a hero to me then.
Yeah. But see, that's a really good example, though, of when Trek did things right. Everyone would say, yeah, maybe Picard's view was the correct one from a moral point of view, but it didn't make the other view bad. It just made it different. Where if it was being today, someone would have just been shown to be completely wrong and stupid and gotten preached to.
Yeah, no one gets preached to in this episode. And what we deal with stuff like religion, religion, freedom of expression, and you know what? These are some pretty inadmirable Vulcans that need to be squared up. And this is some really interesting Star Trek because we're playing with a lot of huge themes here. And they managed to do it, in my opinion, well. We stay at 30,000 feet. By the way, folks, this is still part of their previously on. They take it seriously. Their opening segment segues out of the previously on. That's what we're doing at this point for Star Trek because their previously on is so important that it starts in about 5 seconds. It's like previously on Enterprise. And then the music kicks in. And from what I can tell, we have original music for every previously on too, don't we?
Mm-hmm.
Or they've worked their music archive real well.
Yeah, it's amazing what money can do when you don't have 23 producers.
There are 8, but Gene Roddenberry's not doing anything. We know why his name is on there, you know. The Brannon and Berman and Piller have a Bragman Pillar. That's a good way to put it. Bragman Pillar have moved on. They're like doing this like Gene Roddenberry did season 3 of Star Trek, the original series, from what I can tell. When we wrap up this show and do the retrospective on all of Enterprise, we'll do some research on this stuff and we'll get some answers. This show like is really more about the story and really more about the qualities of the episodes. What we do talk about the production, but it's as we see it on screen. There will be more people doing more Enterprise shows after us. I think we're the first to go through Star Trek in order this way. And that's why I'm saying, like, what you saw earlier with the pop culture discussion, look for more of that when we get to TOS, because on that one, a lot of stuff's been said. But then we have our opening theme that we can't stand anymore. I hate this version. Anyone?
Horrible.
Yeah, they're all bad.
I never get tired of that, though.
No.
So, as we can see, USB sticks were once much larger. That might actually be the hard drive of Serac. Jerm, what do you think?
Kind of looks like he used it for something else.
It's an okay prop, but yeah.
It looks a little painful, though.
So you know, Vulcans, they like that sort of thing.
The things that Kurtzman would do with that prop.
I have a high tolerance for pain.
As we move through Roger Corby's old cave, we can take a moment to appreciate. This one's for the male straights out there. We got to Paul, and on the desert she wears her white uniform, but we've added Enterprise insignias, which really like give her like a military look and make her look like, you know, she belongs with them. And as we see, there's Archer with his desert uniform, but T'Pau, and I mean, I think she's real hot. So I'll be pointing it out and I'll be freezing it every chance I get to show us gorgeous T'Pau. But
you're talking a lot about T'Pau and T'Pol, but you're freezing on Archer a whole lot.
I know, it's weird. I can't seem to get a good moment here. There's not a lot of exposition going on. We're gonna walk through these caves, and T'Pau is going to confront him with, you know, what's your plan? And I thought this was pretty funny. Archer tells her, I'm not hallucinating and I'm not possessed, to which I say, you're both. You're having outer body experiences because there's like a dead Vulcan inside of you, you know? I mean, come on. You really do have Sirach's Katra inside of you, and you are hallucinating and you are possessed. Like, why would he ever say it that way? He said it to Paul earlier. They're having a different version of the same conversation here. And T'Pau actually not really emotional about this, but Sirach has decided to pass on jumping into her body for he prefers to stick with Archer for a while, even though Archer's chances of surviving are far lower. And I don't know how you pull Sirach out of Archer if he dies. So this is a weird move by the Katra of Sirach. And anybody have any opinion on this one?
I do.
Go ahead.
I think that he's like, hey, I've been passing myself down to other Vulcans for so long. We need another perspective to change things up a little bit. That's how I saw it. I'm like, okay, why would they do that? Well, maybe they're like, hey, we need a human, another perspective, an off-worlder to see it through, unbiased eyes.
He was fascinated in the dream sequences when Archer and Serac talked. Serac was a little bit impressed with Archer, a little bit curious about him. He was a quintessential Vulcan, but the actor was bad. Sure.
Serac just didn't want to be inside the head of a Vulcan woman. Even though his logic can't tolerate that type of madness.
They watched they watched the Changeling that week, and they're like, when the Changeling scans Uhura's mind, like, this unit's thoughts are disordered. Oh, it's a female. Okay. Gotcha.
Well, Spock was pretty sexist.
What I think is funny is when we hit the same theme again in Star Trek: The Motion Picture, they're like, a man is not good enough. We have to send like one of each, like to complete the machine. So Star Trek, we've seen it go full circle. It had the outlook of the 60s where it's like, it just needs a man there. Then in like the 70s, it was both.
Too, though.
And now
there's precedent. Remember when Kirk and Amanda were having a conversation and he asked her something, he goes, and she said, he's a Vulcan, I'm his wife. Well, there's nothing else to say there. I mean, they're pretty.
Yeah. Well, she was like a Vulcanophile. She was like, she had moved to Vulcan because she dug him. Maybe her and Serac fell in love on Earth, or maybe she was at the Vulcan Council.
But when she said I'm a Vulcan, or he's a Vulcan and I'm his wife, it didn't have anything to do with her being human. It was just like, they're just kind of they're a little bit unmodern in that way, I guess.
You're talking about when she talks to him in Journey to Babel, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the same conversation where she's like, they're fascinating people and I've come to love their ways, or something like that. Yeah.
Oh yeah. She said their way is logical. It's a better way than ours.
It's a better way. Yeah. So she's more into them than the average human. But yeah, at this point in Star Trek Enterprise, we've got Vulcan Prime and Terra Prime are both a problem. This episode could also be called Vulcan Prime. These guys are the Terra Prime of Vulcan. They have a slightly different outlook, though. They're down with some baddies who we're going to find out. And here's the weird thing about this one. Did you guys know that one of the characters in this is, believe it or not, the captain from Picard 3? Todd Stashwick plays a Vulcan in this one.
I did not know that.
Captain Dipshit is in this one.
Was he the
He's
captain
not a bad actor.
that they get command from? The jerk?
Yeah, he's Captain Cuck, the one who, like, every time things got tough, he ceded command to someone else. The first time he gave it to Picard. The second time he gave it to... It was the stupidest scene of all time. Picard walks in. They make fun of him for being a robot. The chips are immediately down. The captain has a panic attack and, like a little bitch, turns control of the ship over to Picard because he says, I'm not going to be responsible. That's your flagship, Captain? What a fucking pussy. I'm sorry if I offended, but what a wimp. I mean, that is the most, choose your word, soy, beta, move ever of all time. Ugh. I mean, also, I thought that they were setting something up there because every time Captain, something with an L, every time Captain whatever cedes control, there's a long computer thing that he has to go through to turn control of the ship over to another person. But then when Amanda Plummer takes over their ship, she sits down in the chair and activates the computer with no problem. Mm-hmm. After they showed 3 different times that the computer was locked to the captain's voice. Why did they show us this except to humiliate people?
Hey, guys, I need to restart my computer real quick.
I just saw that.
Some things. I'll be right back.
StreamYards is taking its toll on everybody. Sean will be back in, like, if prior experience is any indication, about a minute, maybe 2.
Yeah.
We're having trouble getting a lock on the planet. Hopefully we'll be able to get Sean back. And I think Phobos has a high chance of being on the show on Tuesday or Thursday. Take your pick, sir. Oh, wow.
Admiral Teag, incoming super chat.
The Dead Man with a very generous $4.99 super chat. It flatters me. Thank you so much, sir. Sir, thank you. Guys, the Dead Man's got a channel. It's pretty darn good. You should check that out. Dead Man, sir, thank you. NUTrek is a... I'll do my Picard for this one. Hold on. I need my avatar to do Picard, though. Hold on. NUTrek is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. It struts and frets its poor hour upon the stage, and then is no more. If I remember the end correctly, I did my best. Yeah. Shakespeare is right, and there's at least 2 drinker videos where he starts quoting this while he's talking about Star Trek. This exact speech from Hamlet. It's the truth, and this is one of Shakespeare's most famous quotes. There's a David Bowie album and a million song lyrics hived off that quote. Thank you to the Dead Man. Yeah, NUTrek is a tale told by an idiot. It is full of sound and fury. The thing is that sound and fury in 2025, 2026 would be edge talk and gay edging. Germ?
Yeah, that's about where it's devolved into.
My God, did we just sum up all of his shows in just like 5 words? It's edge talk and gay edging.
I think that sums up most of Kurtzman's life, at least since college.
My favorite episode of Deep Space Nine, as far as the Jadzia Dax thing, is she wears a bathing suit like twice in the episode, so that is a plus. But remember when they all go on vacation to Risa, and it's like an episode of Laverne and Shirley where everyone moves to the same location at the same time? Thank you, Headcase, for bringing this up. And remember, there's like a protest on Risa, and she joins like the Federation Reform like protest, and Worf is like, "You're to cover yourself and to leave the protest," and she's like, "I'll do whatever I want, asshole."
Oh yeah, Worf accidentally helps them commit an act of crime.
There's a few Deep Space Nines as we wait for Sean to come back where they really drop the ball. My favorite is, and I always used to frustrate Bird of Prey. I used to tease him with this one. Jeremy, I think you were there a couple of times, where just the school at Deep Space Nine makes no sense because Hoshi gets it. There's his name on the screen, by the way. Todd Stashwick, as promised. Hoshi is teaching at the Federation School on Deep Space Nine. She's pulled from the school for teaching. Basically, it's a banned books analogy, but it's done very light-handedly and on a very observational level. But maybe it's a little too uncomfortable and close to reality, because what it is she goes to the Federation School on Deep Space Nine and she teaches that the prophets in the wormhole are nothing more than a scientific phenomenon and are not gods, which is just absolute blasphemy on Bajor. That's like that's like selling
teaching atheism to West Baptists,
or selling bacon on the steps of the synagogue.
Depending on the price, they'll let you get away with that.
That might be true, but they can't deal with the episode. It's just the episode is what she does is just to facilitate the story of the episode. They cannot deal with the repercussions of what she does. They don't talk about it much ever again. Then they just close down the school because, like, right after that, we start the occupation arc. The next time we talk about the school, we find out, oh yeah, Hoshi's continued tutoring privately, which makes me think, was that like the Federation hate scouts that she, like, considering why she was kicked out of there? Like, how do the Bajorans feel about her little tutoring sessions? God.
Well, it did go kaboom once or twice.
That's right. Worf became an eco-excenterrorist. What can you do? It was Darwin versus God. Was that what they were doing on that Deep Space Nine? Or was the episode called "Teaching the Controversy"? I
forget the title offhand.
And the thing is that Keiko's just the most inconsistent Star Trek character because Rosamund Chow is like a really desirable and hot actress. They don't dress her well or show it off enough. Google the bikini pictures of Keiko. You guys will have a different idea. They didn't give a shit about us. They just wanted to work around a chick that hot. And you've seen the bikini pictures, right, Germ?
Yeah. And congratulations on getting her name right twice out of 5 times.
Rosamund Chow or Keiko?
You called Keiko Hoshi 3 times.
Yeah. We won't get into what that says about me. All right. I've noticed, as usual, Archer is one kind of captain. Trip is a distinctly different kind of captain. And this is like real weird because we have Trip without Archer or T'Pol. Usually when Trip is captain, T'Pol is first in command. Now he's got Reed as his first in command. Thing is, he's done this a few times. And my impression is that he's actually getting good at it. That he's, at this point, it's kind of almost tactically, maybe you're at a disadvantage against Archer because he's studied like Federation war college stuff and Trip has just gone to Federation tech school. But now Trip is like super battle hardened and he sat in that chair for like more than a couple of battles. And what we've noticed is he and T'Pol are far more bloodthirsty than Archer, aren't they? Every time they attack.
Trip is more and more comfortable, and his natural impulse is to be a gunslinger, so he doesn't hesitate to whip out the phaser cannons.
Sean, welcome back.
Hello. Sorry it took so long. I saw a picture of DePaul and I had to do something.
Yeah, there you go. Honestly, it happened on Germ's show to him, and so like it'll be my time will come, ladies and sirs. Sean, be ready in case I get kicked in a moment when the episode is running, so that you're ready to kick the episode off the screen, right? So we don't get in trouble for that one.
Yeah, don't worry. I have the command.
Yellow alert. Yeah. All right. So what we were saying here, I was just explaining to Germ that I feel that when Trip and T'Pol are in command, they're far more bloodthirsty than Archer. But this is a strange situation. Even though Trip has been through 1 million engagements, he's roughly now equal to Archer. Maybe you're at a tactical disadvantage versus Archer. The thing is, Archer's usually asking Trip what the ship can do. So Trip is maybe just as dangerous to you as Archer as an opponent. And it almost feels like Trip Tucker is getting a feel for command and would be one of the next people that, like, if you're going to make him Admiral Archer and send him out there with his own ship, he's going to want Captain Trip, which sounds funny. Captain Trip is going to be out there with his own ship one day.
We did see Captain Trip in the in that Xindi arc when they're in the future and they're on that. The Enterprise is kind of protecting that planet.
We saw that too.
Yeah, but this is good. I had some thoughts about this too when we get to the end on our final recap about that specific nuance
this is
that you're talking about.
What do you guys think of this different command dynamic? I don't think we've ever seen the command dynamic of Reed and Tucker. Tucker, he's been jumped up or has just risen in the esteem of the captain since Shuttle Pod 1, where they bonded, and that's way back in season 2, maybe? Is it season 1? It's an early episode.
There was the episode where Trip was put in command when we thought that T'Pol was leaving, and Archer went on that mission, and he put Tucker in command, and he kept procrastinating and putting everything off. He thought, "Oh, I'll get back to you." And then he
didn't like being in command the first time.
Into it a little bit, yeah.
Right now, he seems like he's on a command track in his mind. Oh, and by the way, he is extremely military with Mr. Reed here. And Mr. Reed has some more aggressive military opinions. And we know from the way Trip has acted in the past that the idea of being a dangerous attacker is not a problem for Trip. He attacked the people who detained Pride Weather and Archer with the force of the air raid in Apocalypse Now. He had absolutely
the Colonel Green.
Ever since then, we have called the shuttle pod the Colonel Green, especially when it's armed. And we have always said he is space. We have joked around that Trip is space MAGA. because he loves his phase pistol. He loves his vehicles, and he's from Florida. So why wouldn't he be? And also, Trip once in a while will have those frustrated moments where he talks real based, and he hangs out with and he worships a guy from New York in the form of Archer.
Yeah, well, I guess I'll just say it now. This episode right here, I think we see Tucker thinking more like a captain with responsibilities than we have seen him before. Because remember, he makes the decision to leave the captain on the planet because he's like, the mission's more important. They're needed elsewhere. And he doesn't really hesitate. He's like, okay, get us out of here. I don't know if we've come to that scene yet, but
no, but he has had a show long arc where he's arcing towards a stronger and stronger captain.
Yeah, and he's putting the ship and Starfleet ahead.
Yeah.
What? No, I'm sorry. He did that at the end of episode 2.
Right. In this episode, he's actually disobeying orders to try to get the captain in the best political position to play his hand to keep the Vulcans and the Andorians from going to war, because Starfleet is overly influenced by the Vulcans, and Admiral Gardner, who I have a funny feeling is going to fall out of favor after making this bad call, is being too influenced by the Vulcan High Command. And we only see Admiral Gardner in the Mirror Universe.
Brand new. He would have trusted Forrest, but he doesn't know Gardner. He's like, I don't know what Gardner's going to do.
No, but Gardner was the person they wanted to put in command of the Annex 01. They kept our member Saval goes, Captain Gardner would have been a far superior choice. We've opposed Captain Archer from the beginning. And Archer even says, you never wanted me to have this ship.
Captain Gardner.
He dies in the Mirror Universe.
No.
Does he
Captain
die
Gardner, wait, wasn't he the one that was...
Admiral Gardner is the one who's holding him back in this episode.
Wait,
we see him die in the Mirror Universe.
Gardner,
that was like his name was like R.J. Nabisco or something like that.
Oh, okay.
The guy who died was Captain R.J. Nabisco or something, and that guy never made it to Admiral. He was waiting to get command of the next NX ship. Then Archer, right? He died. We never solved the mystery. He went to climb Mount McKinley, but he fell off Denali. How did that happen?
Germ was trying to say something, and I cut him off.
No, we never see Gardner except for the Mirror Universe episode. He's mentioned several times. It is implied that he is his benefactors is the High Command. They push him at every go.
Yeah, he also is mentioned as like preferential in every single different aspect. They want him to be the captain of the Annex 01. They're pushing him. They appeal to him to keep Archer under control. The one thing they didn't want was to send him into the Delphic Expanse to try to stop the Xindi. They're like, no, you know what? After the way he didn't even, he had absolutely no reaction to the Vulcan horror movie we showed him at the embassy. We kind of want Archer going into the Delphic Expanse, and if he doesn't come back, that's okay too. Our boy Gardner will take the next ship in there. Well, by the way, guys, let's just, if you're listening out there, shout out to JT Kirk. We're missing. I did not like JT Kirk's finest hour as a Star Trek reviewer was, I did not like the horror movie that Saval showed Captain Archer at the embassy. I thought it was inappropriate, which it absolutely was. When he shows him Vulcan Event Horizon at the, this is what happens when we go in there. It's like, yeah, well, we're not pussies like you. And it's good to see our friend Mr. Angel. Where I'm going, you won't need eyes. Which is also true for Thursday night's show. If we come back and do another episode of NUTrek, we'll have to see how my gig goes this week. I was gigged up all week until that all fell apart on me because of the weather. Thank you, Commissar Mamdami, for not clearing away the ice. Sorry, guys. I hate to bring it real world, but you cannot get around in my town. New York is set up for snow and ice. I don't understand. I've never fucking seen this before. It has to do with him, but I don't know if it's him stopping people or that the city workers despise him and won't work for him. I'm hoping it's B. But if it's B, it's going to be a really long 4 years.
Well, what this is inexperience showing its face.
As someone who's had socialist and communist mayors for quite a while now, this is just what you get with them. Half the time it's corruption, half the time it's incompetence. It just happens either way.
Hello to our friend Mr. Angel, a good friend of the channel that we love. We love Mr. Angel's a great guy. It's 5 a.m. in the Netherlands. I love the Netherlands. I loved my time there. I just so loved it. I love Amsterdam. The first mayor of New York is buried there. He was a Roosevelt. He's buried at the old Kirk. That's where I found out that the word Kirk means church in Dutch, which is weird because we have Captain Church and Nurse Chapel. Yeah, isn't that interesting? That one shocked me. I stood there for a couple of minutes blinking as I stood there, and I'm like, maybe I'll go to the nice part of town, which there is Harlem, so that the British soccer toughs don't kill me. And that was a good day. But yeah, Tripp has turned into a really pretty grim military commander, and he just misses Mr. Reed here with just like not much compulsion. He's like, you're dismissed, and thanks for your input, buddy. Bye. And then he's gonna have a talk with Saval, and he's like, I don't get it. Why'd you jump out with us? And this is where they bond. And I would have loved to have heard JT's thoughts on this, but the conversation here between Saval and Tripp. Last week, Saval and Tripp kind of had a meeting of the minds, and here Tripp is just realizing that Saval has lost pretty much everything, and he's like, "Well, what are you going to do? You can't go back to Vulcan." And he's like, "You understand what it's like to have no home or family. What do you think I should do?" It was pretty cool and interesting conversation. Yeah. Well, in Tripp's case, he did, right?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and a successful one at that.
Even old New York was once New
Better
Amsterdam.
than fucking Will Wheaton.
If you're meeting a girl in Istanbul, she'll be waiting in Constantinople. Yep. You know what? I like the moments here where Tripp kind of Connor Trinier has been a good actor through this whole show. He has had this character, and I like kind of the way he's dealing with the stress of command, and it's weighing on him the way it weighs on Kirk. Hey, look, it's Welshie. Woo! I just made it back. Has Archer defeated Species 8472 yet, or liberated Ceti Alpha 6 from the pirates yet? No, he's walking through the cave with the USB stick of Serac, or the hard drive of Serac. It's hard to tell. He's got the Pentium processor inside. I loved Amsterdam both times I was there. It was more fun when I went there with my wife, and she decided to be a bitch the whole time. I was like, well, I'll just go out to town and see you later. You want to throw a fit in the hotel room? Fine, I'll see you later. Yeah, she didn't even read the She had no interest in Amsterdam. What can I tell you? I was just like, went out, had a steak, got stoned. I love Amsterdam. And by the way, you have the best airport. Folks, I don't know, travel tips from Teag. Wow, that could be a channel. Travel tips from Teag. When traveling to Europe, Schiphol in the Netherlands is actually the most affordable airport. Sleep off the time difference in Amsterdam. A $3 to $5 train. If the price is doubled, it's $6. Train ride from 20 minutes from the airport is Amsterdam. Central Station is beautiful. Get a hotel nearby. Decompress in one of the 3 different red light districts marbled through the city. And you'll have an awesome time. And flights within Europe are cheaper than flights from America to a different part of Europe. So once you're there, like I went to the Czech Republic and Spain. But first, the first time I went to Europe, I went to the Netherlands and I went to the Czech Republic. The flight was so cheap that instead of just going to Spain, I went to the Netherlands and then went to Spain. And it was less than flying there from America. Little travel tip from Teag. That and give your Sky Miles to me. I will use them to go to San Diego Comic-Con. And I did have a good time. All right, so listen, we're in the caves. The Vulcans bomb this area, but the military action is stopped. T'Pau and T'Pol are trying to escape the caves with Archer. They are going to try a political gambit against the High Council, which has been persecuting the Syrenites for quite some time, about 17 years. And it deserves to be said again, the character on the right behind T'Pol is T'Po. T'Po is the only character from Enterprise to be in TOS, if I'm correct here, because Sarek doesn't show up. This is the chick who presides over Spock's divorce or whatever in the episode of Muck Time. She's the Pon Far lady. This is the same character. This is T'Po. They wanted to make T'Pol this character, but they decided for rights reasons and because they might want to go in different directions with the character, it just didn't make sense. By the way, that was smart. So they have a bit of a map. They have a torch. We go through Roger Corby's cave, and he gets warned, not to go through here with anything that has an electrical signature, and some of the minerals will like cause like electricity to shoot out at you. To which I say, how come in our time we have electrical arc-proof clothing and they don't? Is it because the frictional sand and the elemental sand is just very unique? Am I cynical from watching Starfleet Academy? Is that what
I don't know, but I do know that one of the Vulcans went to Archer and he goes, "Archer, be careful. Most things in here don't react well to bullets."
Certain things in here give off electricity. Yeah, she's like, T'Po goes to Archer. She's like, "You don't have any metal, do you?" He's like, "Yeah, why?" She's like, "Well, what is it?" He's like, "Just this," and she grabs it and throws it at the wall, and it just like a bug that landed on a bug zapper. So she zaps that away. Here's our pal,
that's
Tetrarch
what we call
of apathy.
foreshadowing.
Hello,
right, folks?
Yeah.
A little foreshadowing there.
Whereas in Kurtzman Trek we have foreskinning.
Oh God. Oh God.
After that gay
Hey, it's
edging
not-
and the gay
it-
edging chant, that
Hey.
was, I am sorry.
It's not gay if the balls don't touch. Okay.
Exactly. To the people watching this in the future, we're sorry. We're traumatized from Starfleet Academy, which we review on Thursdays, apparently by popular demand. You know what? Let's talk about the Vulcan Overlook Hotel and the High Command and how they don't fit in with Vulcans. And with 28 votes, vote now if you ever hold your peace. Listen to this damning stuff, guys. Do you enjoy watching our reviews of NUTrek? Yes, for the lulz, 46%. Yes, Trek fans want to know, 21%, which means a full 67% want us to do it for fun. And then lulz and curiosity, that brings us up to, I believe it's at 85%. 85%. The statistical push eliminates 1%. It's divided up between the other stuff, and 14% no. 86% of our audience, and we asked our regular Star Trek audience this question, wants us to do NUTrek reviews. Anyone surprised?
No.
Not really. They seem
Poor
to
Jeremy, I
take
can
great
hear the pain.
joy in our suffering.
But
I
Jeremy, I
enjoy
have a
your
question.
suffering.
Were you one of the no's on that poll?
I was several of the no's.
So basically, everyone wants us to do this.
Yeah.
I love it, sir. Okay.
I'm impressed that you owned up to it.
Hey, I have a long tradition of stuffing polls.
Yeah, he believes in the American tradition
Where?
of democracy. He stuffed his poll in a few places, sir. Thanks for hanging with us, guys. We're keeping the energy up. Good guys, you feel high energy? Who's got 4 bars of energy still? I jumped off the charger right before the show. Watch StreamYards come and get me now. I like their set. This is a better view of their set. This is the best the Vulcan Council's ever looked. We can only show it to you this one time, one way, because it's been a small, claustrophobic room controlling the destiny of 2 worlds for like one too many episodes. We're only showing us this hallway because like Obama's going to walk up and say, "It gives me pleasure to announce to the American people and the world that an operation was conducted earlier tonight where Osama bin Laden was killed." It looks like that same hallway, doesn't it? Yeah. And that hadn't happened yet. So they're not doing
that's
that.
the
They're
same
not
hallway
evoking
where he
that.
goes, Abdul Abdadi, he died like a dog. I said, Abdul, don't cry.
Sean, you're getting really good at your Trump impersonation. Is it because you're hanging out with a person with a New York accent all the time? Sorry.
What happened?
I think I left the comment up too long.
Oh. Um,
They use the R word in Andor, huh? Which one? There are several verboten R words. Maybe we should just leave that with our imagination. Anyway, I did think that this was kind of a cool look for that, like a better look at what happens outside that room. The Vulcans just really love 90s movie theater carpeting in all of their places, don't they?
it reminds me of The Shining.
It does remind me of The Shining. I referenced it as the Vulcan Overlook Hotel when I opened up this frame because when I saw it, it hit me all at once. This is supposed to be The Shining. This is a little bit of The Shining going on here, but not for any mood reason, unless they're trying to build the creepiness of it, because it is a ghost story. But I think it's like really like we're going to have to show this hallway because Archer's going to come busting into this room, so we're going to show him like where he's going to come from. So it's a logical shot. It's actually, cinematic foreshadowing in a way. And then, we walk around the room and continue to have our conversation. And this guy has played, again, Vulcans a million times. John Rubinstein, we know the actor. We've seen him before. He's played a couple of people from the Dominion as well. Again, Robert Foxworthy, very well cast, very well known. He had his own primetime show. And this is where the Vulcan Council is really, we can see it's at odds. And the logical members of the Vulcan Council don't want it. And we've seen this before with Star Trek Enterprise. We like to take a group or a political group or a planet's council, and we'll have like a prime guy and his best friend, and the best friend they never bother to throw a name at us for it. And like in the last episode of the Zindi arc, we were dealing with a Zindi go-between who had been with us through the whole arc, but no one had ever said his name. I'm like, who the fuck is the Tellarite looking motherfucker hanging out with them?
We learned this guy's name. Yeah, we learn his name at the end of this episode when he sends a communication to stop the attack. When he takes over the council and this is Minister whatever he names himself.
He finally does. We get his name at the end because the high command dissolves. Basically, it's broken up as soon as this guy falls. But again, I want to say great job on the Vulcan jewelry. Great job on the Vulcan clothes. They look like I expect Vulcans to look. Could people take issue with it? I mean, I guess you could, but I don't have any real issues with this. I think they look great.
Can we rename this guy Minister 3-Pack?
Why? Because he seems like he smokes
He's
a bunch.
A smoker.
Robert Foxworthy or John Rubinstein?
The guy in the left.
I guess so. Yeah, it's Robert Foxworth.
Yeah.
Don't you remember the primetime soap opera Falcon Crest? It was like a spin-off of Dynasty, I think.
I never watched it. No.
Yeah, he was like some rich California guy trying to make his vineyard work or something like that, and whatever. Lorenzo Lamas was his enemy. Seems like people are talking about how Enterprise grew
Lorenzo Alpaca.
Yes, exactly. Although that alpaca wool, and alpaca meat, nothing like a good, some good alpaca bacon in the morning. Anyway, we see this guy. He's like one of the cooperatives. I don't believe this is Stel. Stel's in jail. This is just another member of sort of the underground. And I thought this shot with the Enterprise was really fucking awesome.
Oh,
we're gonna this is only a few seconds of our show. We have come so far since Voyager. The ship does not strobe when it moves. The movement was perfect, and it looked 500,000 times better than today's Star Trek. Why? Why is this good and that suck?
Because they knew in Enterprise how to make the ship move, where you notice in the new one, it's always standing still. It may be just warp in and just sit there. They forgot how to move it frame by frame.
In that stupid fucking battle that we had to put up with, they don't do any maneuvering whatsoever. It's ridiculous. No. They don't do anything. And I hated that episode. That was the worst piece of garbage we've seen yet. Anyone want to bet that it gets worse next week?
Well, it's going to hold to the pattern.
Unfortunately, we're gonna find out. Anyone volunteer for emergency hazardous Thursday Star Trek duty?
I'm gonna need a whole lot of happy pills if you're gonna make me do that again.
I have something else that will probably take care of that.
Wait, volunteer for what now?
To watch NUTrek.
Oh,
Admiral
I watch
Teag,
it.
incoming super chat.
Let's face it, we're going to watch it anyway. Break down and be angry.
I'm going to watch it regardless. Hey, dead man.
Foxworthy, the dead man with a $4.99 Greenlandian greenback super chat says, Robert Foxworthy, if you don't think you're superior to humans, you might be a Vulcan. You sure about that? Yeah, exactly right. You might be at this point, all Vulcans are going to get a humility lesson by the end of this trilogy. But again, we have been holding on to this guy for a while. Gary Graham has had a fairly good movie and TV career. He's in a lot of other stuff, but he was the star of Alien Nation. He was the human in Alien Nation with Mandy Patinkin playing the alien, but he was the human. And he was good. He was able to have that same kind of James Caan energy. He's in the movie Hollywood Nights with Knox from Batman, Robert Wall, and like he's good in that movie too, as like a Fonzie-like character about these guys who hang out in early 1960s LA, and they are exactly the kind of people that George Lucas was. Like Hollywood Nights is a poor man's American Graffiti, but it's a good-hearted, good movie. Like it might have been sitting around before American Graffiti and it only got made because American Graffiti had success. But if you want to see a fun movie, check out Hollywood Nights with a K. And Gary Graham is in that as like a Fonzie type character. Through his career, he showed a lot of range. One of the things he's really good at is emotion. He was an emotional guy in Alien Nation. He was frustrated a lot. He was like did a lot of angry snapping at people. He played like a psycho cop, and in this, as a really passive Vulcan, once I realized who he was, I was like, man, why did they cast this of all people to be their Vulcan? But in the Mirror episode and in this trilogy, he really shows his quality as an actor. The mind meld that we got in part one was such a good beginning to this tale that even though as an episode it's not so great, it's a great beginning to this story. And his mind meld with that dying guy to get the information, which is the second or third time we've ever seen a mind meld, is pretty fucking awesome. He was a really good actor doing that, like mixing the emotion of the human with the stoicism of his Vulcan character as he tries to be logical and like, has anyone melded with a human before? You know what I mean? Maybe someone did it to Archer. I forget. I'll have to look up the chronology of that one. But
no.
Yeah, I think he says like no one's done this before. He's like, I don't know. And yeah, we're gonna. That's right. Everyone's gonna get their first mind meld. My first mind meld. Everyone's gonna get their first mind meld here. Archer melded with Poe briefly, and then they tried to extract Sarak's Katra. Between Sarak and Sarak, it's a nightmare. It's going to be really tough if they make Star Trek United.
The myth that you can't get pregnant from your first mind meld is not true.
Or catch a social disease. Because she has Benet syndrome. From
right.
Her mind has been so many places. She's a dirty girl. And to Poe's had Benet syndrome a couple of times, man. I'd get Benet syndrome from Poe. I don't care. It's just it only hurts when you think. Thank you, the Dead Man, for inspiring that comic riff. Let me mark down the time code of that one. That was the most sexually inappropriate joke we ever made with no sex in it. Oh my God. If Sean's reaction is any indication, I definitely am clipping this one for a short. All right, guys, back to the episode breakdown. So Gary Graham here confronts his past, and they talk to the Vulcan Council, and they're like, "You're working for them?" He's like, "Yeah, turns out since we still have money, you dicks fucking fired me, and I have a wife, and my Vulcan kids are in Vulcan college, and even though you guys will probably block them off the Science Council, I'm still like on the hook to pay for Vulcan child support. I've only been on Earth 30 years. Vulcan child support goes 40. Isn't that what we came up with last week?
I think so.
Child support on Vulcan would be 40 years. Kal-El, our friend Kal-El says, "You get a mind meld. You get a mind meld."
Yeah.
We're giving them out like candy. Wasn't there like a controversy where like one like radio host was like ranting about they gave out birth control in some state, and the host, it became clear that he didn't understand birth control pills because he spoke as though she has to take a pill every time she had sex. He didn't understand that you need 28 a month. She needs 28 pills a month, ladies and gentlemen. It's like, wait a minute. How does that make her worse than anyone else taking them? I don't understand how the amount of pills figures in here. But no, her mind has been everywhere, folks. Dirty po. She could do things with your mind. Oh, baby. Like what comes to mind is what and I have said this before, I'll say it again. Riker and Troy are Decker and Aaliyah like improved. And early on, they really show it. Remember in Naked Now, when Riker's the only one unaffected and Troy is tripping the light fantastic. She screams some weird sex stuff at him, and she's like, "Bill, don't you want me with you inside with you inside me and me inside your mind?" He's like, "Get the crazy bitch out of here while I keep us from getting killed."
I don't remember that.
She screams some weird sex magic stuff at him. He's like, "Don't you want me inside your mind again?" And he's like, "Us together physically and me inside of your mind." And he's like, "Get her out of here. She's nuts." And he's like, "Wesley, you little asshole. How do you make the repulsor beam work?" And he's like, "Oh, that's the great part about it. I'm just a total little dick, and I'll do that for you right now, sir." It was at the end of the episode, but it's the only time anyone ever calls Riker Bill. I can't think of any other time. She's like, "Don't you still love me, Bill?" And he's like, "Get her out of here." And I'm like, all right, what a Chad response.
And he's like, "I don't want you inside me, but we can replicate that Vulcan thing."
Aaliyah was never an asshole like you, Troy. And a lot of people thought Aaliyah was an asshole. Mr. Angel, radioactive, hello, says, and he's right here, Hogwarts Academy of Warpcraft and Transportatory. They're all Mikey Spocklepuff House. Yeah. Oh God, we have like House War College and House like Academy. It's dumb, folks. It's dumb. But you know what? Yeah, the Vulcan Oprah does get emotional. It's really in JJ Trek that the Vulcans get emotional. They have to confront our pals, the Andorians. The Andorians come out of the nebula, and they don't take time out to misexplain the nebula. They just let the nebula be. They let the nebula. They don't give the incorrect scientific explanation of how it got there. I really appreciated the fact that we didn't go on a long, needless demonstration of the ignorance of the writers. How about you?
Yeah, I'm glad Archer didn't say, "I see all of my crew in this nebula."
I cannot believe how stupid.
Where Janeway would have slapped her, Janeway would have come and slapped her and said, "There's fucking coffee in there, god damn it."
But why we got a scientifically like reversed explanation of the lifespan of a nebula is beyond me. Like they were flexing their stupidity. But I do love the Andorian ships, and I do love Hoshi, who's been spending less and less time on screen throughout this whole season. Hoshi's like just an afterthought. Has she already got her next contract? Has she asked for more freedom? She is barely in anything. The Mirror Universe episode that was filmed during season 2 is the closest we get to a big Hoshi
didn't need her that much. Because I mean, she can act. I mean, we saw her in that one where she was communicating with that freak on that the Beauty and the Beast episode.
That episode was kind of a mashup of the Voyager episode with Michael McKean and some other Star Trek. But yeah, I hated that episode.
Yeah, but she was
I
good.
can maybe help you. She was great. She had some of the best acting challenges in the hardest acting challenges in the show. But is it Vanishing Point the one where
when the reptilians caught her? She was, she
was fucking badass in the Zindi arc.
Saval too, which we'll get to, soon. We're coming up to the scene with him. He has another great fucking scene coming up here.
By the way, have you? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, when the Andorians transport him over to their ship. His acting job was amazing.
It really is. Right here, we've gotten this view of Saval last episode about a day and a half ago, and look what's happened. He's a little less messed up than he was from that bomb. About a couple of the dermal regeneration, or he's healed. He's not as scarred up as he was. He's less scarred. The scars have the contusions have continuity, but of course he has a lacerated orbital bone because that's their thing. They figured that out on this show, and they love lacerated orbital bones. And so does Archer. He made a point of not covering up his lacerated orbital bone for like almost half the Zindi arc. He didn't even clean away the blood for 2 episodes. He just walked around a mess for that.
I had one right there, right on my temple from a hockey puck. I wasn't wearing a face shield, and I got a slap shot right next to my eye.
Was the puck frozen?
No, it was roller hockey, but it still fucking hurt.
Thank God.
Well, the thing was still going about 80 miles an hour when it hit me. So.
Have you ever been given a puck at a hockey game that was frozen or played ice hockey?
Yeah, when I played ice hockey for a while.
Okay, so when the frozen puck will that's like, whoa, that could kill someone. Why they played hockey without helmets?
We didn't have a goalie one time, and they put me in front of the net.
Oh God, is that how you got hit with the? Is that why you had no face shield and got hit with the puck, or
no?
Was that just because you were trying to talk Star Trek to the other guys on the hockey team?
I had a goalie mask on that the other team let me borrow, but that was it.
Yeah, they usually have a little more armor.
Yeah, but I was still getting hit. I loved it though.
It seems like it would be fun if you had enough gear on. I think the scariest thing I ever saw was the one Stanley Cup playoff game where a puck got stuck in Martin Brodeur's mask at eye level, proving that it would, but it almost made it through, and it took them forever to get it out of there. They had to take the mask off and knock it out of there with a hammer. The frozen hockey puck is dangerous as hell. This is the only time you can see the whites of their eye of his skin. He's a great makeup job. And we've gotten Shran has been the same color the last 3 or 4 times we saw him. After a couple of experiments, he was like pool cube chalk blue the first time we saw him. He's been staying out of the sun or something.
He had the Andorian summer. He got a little tan.
When you look at me like that, Shran and Saval do not get along fantastic. Now, remember, these 2 countries have a history of antagonism, but I guess the deal is the analogy is 1950s and 60s NATO, and they are Germany and France. After a long history of antagonism, there's going to be a Pax Earth, or whatever, a Pax Earthica, because the Earth people are the ones who are kind of engineering what's going to turn into the Federation is really starting to come together in these episodes. The events that happen here are going to start to make bonds that are going to create this Federation.
Yes.
So Shran getting a little mouthy, getting a little angry, and Trip throws him out of there, as Trip tends to do. And now we're back on Vulcan. And we're seeing that they're searching the desert. I believe is the high command still looking for them, but not bombing.
Yeah, the right here, she's looking up, and there's we see kind of like a chemtrail, like where they're looking.
I'm going to do this real quick for the chat for our audience. There you go, guys. I know that you like seeing your chats up on screen, but we'll put them back in a moment. I like is Vanishing Point's the one where she has what they think is transporter psychosis, and she sure is real. I like that episode a lot. She's good. She's a good actress. Linda Park should have had more success. She's really, really beautiful, and she's a really good actress. Did someone write a music? We did have a music. We had music for that one, and we had music for Oasis. Well, thank you for that Vanishing Point musical essay. And every once in a while we'll do a song parody on here. It was a good episode. We're gonna have, if you like Vanishing Point, when we finish this one up, we're gonna do an episode that might be made of the pieces of the ultimate computer. We're gonna meet a future Daystrom, and he's going to give his opinion on transporters and other stuff. And I am great, you are great is kind of his thing too. Yeah, I'm gonna go back.
Go back. Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah,
she's treating her for her benign system. This is where this is a conversation takes place while Archer is really out of it. It's hot as hell. He's sucking down water left and right, and these two, they're fine. They won't need water for like a week. And
you notice we don't get mad if they don't make out. That's fine.
Well, but I'm not upset. They stared each other in the eyes long enough, and they didn't have to do some dumb fucking chant where they played patty cake like in Starfleet Academy. But my mind to your mind, and T'Pol sort of gives up the mind meld to T'Pau, and this is because she's trying to treat her for her Benet syndrome. She's like, no, it's not permanent. Don't fucking worry about it. Like I once followed the Vulcan Grateful Dead on tour, and I mind melded with like 5-6 guys a night, and I had Benet syndrome, like 3 different strains. And when I met Siren, man, like he just mind melded with me, and that's when like it totally was like the max, man. Like it was like totally groovy. Like we reached, man. It was like the only other time was when we saw Vulcan Hendrix at Vulcan Woodstock. It was fucking awesome.
We reached.
Yeah. She's just giving her a little mind meld penicillin.
Yeah.
Some cognitive behavioral therapy for her mind meld problem. So we've got a face off here, and we've managed to kidnap Saval, which is not sitting very well with our Federation counterparts, because even though he's a man without a country, he is still our buddy and he's on our side. We're going to use the pocket knife of the mind on our poor pal Saval. This is related tech to the dagger of the mind. I guess what happens is the people from the Tantalus colony study the technology of the Andorians, and they adapt it to be the dagger of the mind. What it is here is, I believe that this is a related device. Anybody's in world or headcanon on this, we just get this rolled out as this lowers your emotional threshold and your ability to control yourself, to which I say every human would have one in this house and just sit in a dentist chair all day.
Or maybe this is the mind sifter that Kur had.
I think this is more like giving him sodium pentothal, because the effect when they turn it on is he acts like he's drunk.
Well, he said it just lowers your emotional threshold, which I guess it takes down your walls and it unleashes your emotions.
And he plays it really well.
It's
he
such
plays
a good scene. I enjoyed this scene a lot when we watched it a lot.
There's 5
What's the
settings.
actor's name again?
Gary Graham.
Yeah, he's good.
He's really good at playing a Vulcan too. He was born to play a Vulcan. He's great as a Star Trek actor. There's 5 settings on this. They turn it on to setting 1, and he does a great acting job of being a guy holding out in pain. He's in pain, and he's just holding out against the effects of it.
I love the line he goes, you might as well just turn it up to its highest setting so we can get this over with.
And
That
we're
was
doing
pretty
a Clockwork
badass.
Orange. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna make special mention of that, but Sean did. Yeah. So he's like, there are 4 higher settings on this device, and he's like, then I suggest you turn it to maximum and get this over with. I will not cooperate with you willingly. And he's like, I have seen what this has done to Vulcans. This will fuck up your weird Vulcan mind. To which I say that would apply a little more to TNG level Vulcan logic than this. These Vulcans who have more emotion are probably, I would say, with some therapy, any Vulcan hit up with this thing will be okay. But it is like just basically blasting him full of emotion and making him unable to hold back his reactions to a lifelong discipline of logic applied to himself since childhood, which makes you wonder, like, we know from Star Trek V, Vulcan babies cry, but wow. Or maybe the Vulcan baby crying is why Sarek says so human before he even looks at the baby.
Well, yeah. The Vulcans are born with emotions. They're taught to suppress them at maturity.
So do you think that, like, as sick as it was, JJ's terrible Vulcan elementary school for Kelvin Spock is the kind of thing that really could happen? I know that he based it on an episode of the animated series. You know this one, Germ. What's the answer?
It's very possible because we know from Voyager with episodes with Tuvok is that it's at adolescence when they start going through the teaching to get the suppression in.
This is a good question. I would like to see.
I'd
like to see this contest.
In Journey to Babel, Amanda tells Spock you would come home stiff-lipped and prideful because you were tormented at school for not really being fully Vulcan. So that Vulcan kids
Admiral
are assholes.
Teag, incoming super chat.
Yeah, we've got double proof of it. Okay, so JJ was his one moment of being a normal person. Thank you, Radioactive, with a 2 Greenlandian greenback super chat, which says the vice will make the Vulcan thorny.
Oh God!
What, like a female? If there's a chick in there, maybe. We do keep consistency. Either we got a good enough voice match or we got the actual actress. We're going to have a culmination of Shran's story. We're going to find a lot out about him. We don't see his bridge crew. He does go to his bridge, but we keep him isolated. We maybe see one day player in the back. We don't bring back the female actress who plays his second in command.
No, didn't she get busted down? She got busted.
Yeah.
Down. But she's on the ship. We hear her voice.
Was it her?
I think it is, because she's going to be back on the ship in time to culminate his story. She's at the center of a conflict, and some stuff's going to happen, and we're going to find out that they are together.
And some people are going to do some things, right?
Yeah, fuck the woman who said that, by the way. Thank you very much for the $2 Greenlandian greenback there. Radioactive. Yes, it might make him gorny. Effects may linger. Also, there's a small little sink next to him with a small cup of mouthwash for after they finish the extraction. He's in a dentist chair getting tortured. It's Marathon Man.
He's got a paper towel clipped on around his neck.
I pay so much for my dentist. Why does my dentist have to water down the mouthwash? I know they're not doing it to make me feel less pain. They put me through enough, you know.
Admiral Teag, incoming super chat.
A $2 New Zealand super chat from Welshie. Kolinar Saval has swollen our mind muscles. Ooh, pretty good. Yeah, he holds up really good. Ginsu knife of the mind. Switchblade of the mind, butterfly knife of the mind. By the way, we would all like to see this rendered in mud wrestling. Go ahead and do it. I'm more with Linda. Although, God, could you imagine, like, when we're done, if we do like Battlestar Galactica, like saving Battlestar Galactica, and we do like that one, it's like, and we have like Grace Park settle into Park, and she'll be like all old by the time we get there. She'll be like 70s, like,
I
hi,
wouldn't
Grace
care.
Park.
I wouldn't care.
By that time, we'll be 72. She's our age. But thank you very much, RRTNZ, and thank you very much, Radioactive Actual. And you know what? The community's in full swing tonight as we get to the end of January, which has been a great month. Thank you guys so much. There's been a lot of Star Trek in January. For whatever it is, the NUTrek stuff always gets the sub base fired up and ready to go, and just like everybody's just got so much energy when the NUTrek comes around. I love it. Anyway, Shran is trying to warn him, and I believe this is the point where Saval says, like, you're actually afraid to injure me. And and he said lines like, I haven't lied to you. This thing will fuck up your brain. And you know what? We went through a lot of negotiations. We've sat down and chewed the fat a few times and worked out a few problems. Both of us are primarily men of peace who will pick up the sword if we have to protect our people. And, I don't want to do this. And he's like, you're maybe because the device is temporarily turned off. He's like, you're concerned for my safety. And he's sort of like, it's a very human moment for both of them. And neither of them are human, but it was very Star Trek. I liked it. Guys, what did you think of this, reluctant use of force, this enhanced interrogation, as they call it?
I was going to ask a question about that. I like it, and I was going to pose the question to you guys: justified or no? Do you blame Shran for doing this?
Well, he has to follow orders.
Well,
wait, before we get into this, Sean, when you say that you like enhanced interrogation, what exactly?
Well, he wasn't under orders here, though, Jim, because he was trying to determine if he was going to even contact his superiors with this information. So he's like, I need to be sure before I call them. So he was kind of making an on-the-fly decision. I want to know from you guys, is what Shran is doing justified? I mean, he's not being, because in my opinion, he's not being an evil asshole. He's like, look, if I'm going to commit my people, I got to know if I'm going to send a bunch of our people to our death. I don't want to do this to you, but if you're lying to me, I could be sending hundreds of people to their doom. So and Shran's reluctant. He's like, I don't want to do this, and I believe him. And hats off to Jeffrey Combs. He pulled that off in this scene. He's such a great
Both
character.
of these actors do great.
Yeah.
So what
Here's
do you
the
guys
thing.
think? Just justified?
Well, before anyone answers, I want to know, when you say, what do you think about this sort of enhanced interrogation stuff? I like it. What exactly do you mean by that?
Me?
Well, I mean, they're doing some beat up stuff. So.
No, I'm not saying if you like it. I mean, was he justified?
No, it's just the way you asked the question originally. The way it came out, it was like, so when you hear it on the re-listen, you'll get it. Like, that's why I was trying to force that joke in there, because it would have been really good then. There's no recreating that moment
at all.
No, you didn't mean it that way, but it would have made a good joke if I could have gotten it out there. But it's still, this is now a worthy discussion. I'm going to say this. He wouldn't have thought this much about it if it was like Stell, or if he had gotten Vlas. He was hoping to do this to someone like Vlas. He was definitely, he would have had fun doing this to Vlas. I want to say that right now.
Yeah.
He wouldn't have had any ethical qualms about doing this to almost anyone else. I think he would have felt bad in general. I think he would have felt it was, dishonorable. I think he has a sense of honor, but whoa.
Admiral Teag.
Speaking of honorable,
Chat.
joining the Q continuum,
yeah.
R.I.P. Damon Wilson, dummy. R.I.P. Oh, yeah. You big dummy. Yeah, Lamont Sanford passed away today. It's been if you like 70s TV, we've lost two icons in a couple of days. The day before yesterday was help me out. We lost
Catherine O'Hara.
Catherine O'Hara. Now, who would ever think that someone would become beloved for being America's most well-known terrible mother, or in this case, Canada's most well-known terrible mother? But I thought Macaulay Culkin's tweet was nice.
I didn't see it. What did he
She was
say?
far too young. It was just like something nice, and he addressed it as though he was talking to her as Kevin to the mother, and he wrote it in character from son to mother. I kind of thought we'd have more time together, I think was what it was. I was hoping we'd have more time together, Mom.
That's pretty sweet.
So he's a class act. I will say really quickly, she was really funny on Second City Television. Home Alone made her rich. Thank God she had that. Chris Columbus always wanted to have a red-haired mom, which is why the Admiral who tells Picard sheer fucking hubris is in Small Soldiers, and Magnuson looked exactly like her when she was young. They were hard to tell apart. That's why they pulled that, because for those who don't know, Small Soldiers was so they could get rid of Chris Columbus, and they didn't make a Gremlins movie. They used the script and changed it to Small Soldiers. Small Soldiers is the only Gremlins 3 you're ever gonna fucking get. And let's hope they never reboot that
one.
Well,
Please,
yeah, 2028.
To be fair, Robert Picardo should be in it. No, he was in
And he should be
Gremlins 2, and he's
out
great.
to that female gremlin.
That female gremlin survived, and so does the one sealed in concrete on top of the cathedral. There are at least 2 gremlins out there at the end of Gremlins 2. I would like to see what happens. If they continue it, cool. If it's a reboot, fuck it. I want to see what's his name, Zac Efron. And we can see Phoebe Cates again. It's been 60 years since she was out there. She's 100 now. But R.I.P. for Lamont from Sanford and Son. That was a high quality show, and that did a lot to advance race relations than some constructive shows and other shows, because we saw black people who were so goddamn funny that no matter who you were, you had to fucking laugh. Red Fox was funny. Dummy was funny. The way he opened the door, remember the door at his house?
No.
It had like 35 locks on it. He had to like unlock them all. He was cheap as fuck. He had like he kept his money in a lockbox, but he kept it in a broken drawer that you had to punch the wall to make the desk move so that the drawer would pop open. His whole house was fucked up. And I don't know if this counts, but on the short lists of artists who died while performing is Red Fox. Did you know that?
He was performing? Oh, that's right. He was doing a gig and he had a heart attack, right?
Yes, it's Zach Galligan. Yes. And do you know why he went out to thunderous applause? It was the best he had ever done the heart attack routine. It was a centerpiece of his comedy.
So they thought it was an act?
They thought it was in the middle of his act. He started having a heart attack, and he goes, "I'm not kidding. I'm having a heart attack." And they're like, "No!"
Oh, that sucks.
Always
was he gripping his chest like in the show?
For understandable reasons, the moment of death is hard to find, but I think that they were taping. I think it was a rehearsal. And they're like, he's killing it. They thought he started improvising or something. That's the way I heard it.
Wow.
It was the same guy created a lot of those shows. All in the Family, Good Times, and the Jeffersons. The Jeffersons and Good Times are spin-offs. All in the Family is the original show. The Jeffersons is a direct spin-off. Good Times is a spin-off of the failed spin-off, which was called Maude, which is reprised at the end of Golden Girls when they bring back her husband from the show, making that canonical in both worlds. Crazy, right?
The more you know.
Yes, heart attack on the set of his new show with Della Reese. Della Reese was pretty hot young. Maybe that's what did it. Anyway, by the way, Grace Park was smoking hot in 5-0, and she was wearing a bikini. Here's the reason I don't like Hawaii 5-0. It's an Alex Kurtzman show. That show was only made because he crossed the picket line to make someone else's show. They didn't need writers. They stole the idea. And that Hawaii Five-O show was hard to fucking watch. It lasted 10 years because it was on Monday nights on the channel that didn't have Monday Night Football here in America. So it was expected to tank out.
It was 10
it had
years it lasted?
Yeah, it ran 10 years. I had checked.
The new one did?
It ran, but here's the thing, Sean, up against Monday Night Football. Remember, there's preseason and one Monday Night Football playoff game, 21 episode season, 21 weeks of Monday Night Football. They were only out there on their own for 3 or 4 episodes after football, after a playoff weekend, after the wife had been a football widow all weekend and all season watching the show by herself. She's like, now you're going to watch what I watch on Mondays. She's like, okay, honey. And like, so it was just like, oh, that's the chick from Battlestar Galactica in a bikini. And that was all that show had. And every time they dispensed the plot, it was during a machine gun car chase. It fucking sucked. That show sucked. Anyway, guys, we're going to keep up. We got 4 bars of energy, and we're in the last hour of our show as we wind down to finish this one up. Maybe even a half hour. I think we can pull this in 40 minutes. Guys, what do you think? The Admiral Teague challenge underway?
Well, you got me for about
definitely
30.
do this in about 30 minutes.
Most of the plot is out there for this one, guys. This episode is all payoff, so it's a lot of conclusion. There's a standoff between the Andorians and the Federation. However, the Andorians and the Federation are on much better terms than the Vulcans and the Federation and the Starfleet. So let's call it Starfleet right now, okay?
Yeah.
So
they
Starfleet,
don't have Federation.
there is no Federation. This encounter is going to start the dominoes falling towards the Federation in a big way, though. And this episode makes sense and is good as a Star Trek episode in a lot of ways that makes it bad as, or boring in some ways as an episode. Although I would not call it bad. Oh, hey, Paul. How you doing, baby? Anyway, she talks to Archer. She's a little worried about him. He's like, this is where he says the line, I'm not possessed or, or seeing ghosts. It's like, yes, it's both. Or schizophrenic. And it's like, you're that too. And tension builds. We continue to use the pocket knife of the mind. And Gary Graham, again, like held us, honestly, guys, when you watch this episode for yourselves, you'll be spellbound. These 2 actors hold you in the palm of their hand. One guy, just a really good, stellar career. Best friend in a lot of movies, a lot of TV appearances, his own TV show a couple of times. And, Shran, Jeremy Coombs, very experienced in Star Trek. We know he's real good. Mr. Angel, you busting out of here. It's breakfast time. Have a good Sunday yourself too. We love you, Mr. Angel. You're the best. And welcome to February, everybody. Welcome to February. I'll say it at the end of the show. There's something I want to say on a personal level when I thank the channel members. And when I talk a little bit about the Admiral Teague origin story at the end of this, but I put a little note in there in the private chat for me to remember it. I should have used a notepad, but I would have forgotten about that because who the fuck uses the notes? The most useless update to StreamYards is they gave us a little notes pad. I don't know if I'm going to write something in a notepad right now. And you guys tell me if the notes are shared between people. How long was that going on for?
What?
We let the episode.
There you go. We're going to have to clip that out.
We're dark on YouTube.
Are we?
Oh, no, we're not. We're back.
No.
We were dark for a minute.
Not on my end.
They wouldn't pull us that fast.
Here's the deal. The rights holders for this Star Trek are different rights holders for the NUTrek. And we're just not going to be able to monetize. And I might have to clip some of the show.
Yeah, you're going to clip that out.
I don't foresee major problems. But hey, thank you, the dead man, as we it's running again. Fuck.
Maybe just
every time I close that tab, it's just running on their own. Something's wrong with it was where I had the cursor.
Careful.
All right, listen, whatever. Struggle in the desert. Then we run into these weird aliens, which include the captain from Star Trek Picard season 3. And he's like, that Kir'Shara looks a little heavy. I should carry that for you. Believe me, you'll be happier if I do. And Archer's like, no, it's not a Kir'Shara. It's actually just a giant four-sided die. We're going to play Dungeons and Dragons with our friends. Come on, why do you have to be such a drag? And this guy's like, nope, it's definitely the USB stick of Sirac, and we'll take that if you don't mind.
And like, come on, I got some Funyuns and Mountain Dew. We're going to play some Zeppelin.
Exactly. Precisely, Sean. I've got Led Zeppelin 2 right here. It's like, that album sucks. It's like, yeah, it does, but I have it right here. Oh, wait. Yeah, no, we have different Andorians. We don't have Shran's usual side piece. She did get in trouble. We heard a female voice that I thought was her. I think it's that we couldn't afford.
Didn't she die? I think she died.
Not yet.
We didn't get to that episode. That's why I'm saying we don't. That's why I made note of the fact we didn't see her.
No, I mean, it was one of the. No, we saw that episode.
No, she dies in the episode with the Tellarite and the holographic Romulan.
Yeah, it's still to come.
Oh, I thought. Okay, never mind.
Google that one to be sure.
Well, there was the episode when Archer and Saval go to negotiate on that like war-torn planet. Have we not hit that episode yet?
I don't think so.
We've
had a couple of episodes
where Shran's his lieutenant or whoever like betrays him.
Yeah, she betrayed him and got demoted.
Oh, okay. I thought she died in that episode, or she got like totally put in jail. But it looks like the Andorians are a forgiving lot. She should have been court-martialed for that.
I think the deal is she gets kind of like put in the penalty box, but only by Shran, and we find out later like he doesn't go too far with it because they're together.
Okay. Now I know. Now I remember. Okay, moving on.
Now, just for JT next to the doctor's shoulder, if JT's watching, just make a mark here. This is where we see the paper towel roll. The paper towels are good acting this week. I thought that putting the fresh roll of towels on there, it avoids, you know what, the thing about this I thought was a real shame was it avoids the larger statement Star Trek could have settled whether in the future we knew which way the flap of the roll should go. Pull down or pull forward? Which one is it? Hanging behind or hanging in front? Now, I have to say, I have heard this debate and I have heard logical things said for both sides. And I have been living here so long now that I am not staked in on this one anymore because depending upon how far into it I am, I have to reverse polarity on the toilet paper because the toilet paper holder is recessed into the wall of my pre-war building. Yeah, I've lived here so long that I have to use
paper,
both.
not three seashells.
The three little seashells, Mandami is
on this one.
Yeah, Mandami is probably going to roll
under
three little shells pretty soon.
All I do know is that whenever I go to a friend's house, before I leave, that toilet paper is turned the other way around.
So we never lost picture. Okay, there's still going to be a little bit of a slap on the wrist.
Do you guys do that? Like when you go to your friend's house, do you switch their toilet paper roll to go the other way? So then someone gets in a fight with their wife. Like, did you do it now?
Actually, I'm a bit of a male Rachel Dolezal. So what I try to do is I bring low-powered AA batteries with me wherever I go. And when people like leave the room, I swap them into their smoke detector so that it'll chirp every few minutes to normalize that. Because I believe that the Rossicism of having an operating smoke detector is just that is just white privilege. And also, oh wow, Radioactive with a $5 American super chat. Don't mess with the paper towel. He had a tough role to play. Oh, the Necronomicon was last night. The Teagronomicon is open. That's a good one, actually. That's pretty good as far as dad jokes go. You know what? The paper towel got its due. We spent the requisite 5 minutes talking about the paper towel. It's always very important for us to talk about the paper towel. Saval gets returned to the Earth ship by Shran, who feels pretty bad about it. And conveniently, he's like, I can't even show my face, sirs. I don't even know what I'm doing, sirs. We exchange some information. We give Saval back to get medical care. And we find out that the Vulcans, yeah, they're still a real fucking problem. But even though we fired at each other's ships, we weren't dicks about it. And we can still put this back together. So, like, they basically, this is the point where he's like, I may have gone a bit too far in a few places, kidnapping kidnapping your Vulcan buddy. But you know what? Both of us together can be a team, and we can sort of laugh at the superior intellect of the Vulcans, who are coming here to cause a bunch of problems for absolutely no reason. And Trip is sort of like, you went pretty far, but you didn't go nuts. And there's Stashwick again. You can clearly see it. And I believe at this point the mask is off and they're dressed as the Romulans they are, right?
Not quite.
No.
These are High Council loyalist operatives. I believe them to be Romulans. Does anyone else believe that the High Council is using Romulan operatives and the Vulcans can't tell?
Well, we find out at the end of the episode.
Yeah.
We see that
There's
Romulan.
There's a Romulan there, but it's just the one.
And it's not one of these people. Romulans have slightly more pronounced cranial ridges than Vulcans. Is that what this show has decided?
Yeah. They're following the staple that TNG started.
Now, as we hit the midnight hour, we got 13 people here. I would love to get 35 likes. I would love to get some hype if anybody wants to give that to me, if that's a thing, if you're not vertical. Yeah.
The Somalians have a higher forehead.
Okay. By the way, as you can see here on our show, we have nothing but energy. We are charged up, unlike other Star Trek shows that just they can't do it. I can't do it, sir.
We have energy for now, but we do gotta go before the batteries drop out.
That is true.
We are almost at the end of the episode. We set this up before. Some of the minerals give off electricity. Why we wouldn't wear stuff that was resistant to it in the zone that had it, I don't know. Really, no one's supposed to hang out there. It's a good thing that Archer got a real good jump on this Vulcan with help from the two Vulcan ladies, because he is like 20% as strong as this guy. And the good news is, because T'Pol's thing has been shown to be that she's sort of a female warrior monk. Good night, John. Thank you for hanging out. It was great to see you. He gets the jump on this on this Vulcan, and these guys are acting like Vulcans. He holds the Ponfar thing to like the chick's got the Ponfar stick to his neck. The Pow is ready to send him to Romulan hell or wherever he goes. And it occurs to me that they could have surgically altered the Romulans, but
Maybe.
anyway,
But isn't this guy kind of pudgy to be a security guy?
he is a little short to be a stormtrooper. But he's supposed to be a High Council guy, and he was.
Yeah, but he's fat. He's one of their warrior guys. He should be in better shape.
It's okay. He's somebody's cousin.
Yeah, probably.
This is the captain from Picard 3. He is a good actor. I'm going to give him that.
Oh, yeah.
The one thing he's not is handsome. He made this on acting ability and the fact that he shows up on time ready for work. So, we have F you, kill me. No, I won't kill him. And then we show up and we make the little speech about how F you, we are the Federation, or we don't, Starfleet is not buying your nonsense. And we have the Vulcan Dead Sea Scrolls. Now, here's the thing. We have a lot to wonder about with Robert Foxworth here. he doesn't believe that they exist, and he is convinced they don't exist. The Kir'Shara. They had found some other evidence, and they thought maybe Sark's Katra a while back. The scientists couldn't meld with it. Someone else did and jumped his Katra out of there. Sirin was the last person to have it. If he was the only one to have it, it doesn't matter. It was only 17 years ago. That's like 1 year in Vulcan lifespan. It's not a big deal. They live to 200 all the time. Maybe it's like 3 years to them. It's an insignificant amount of time. Here you can see he's being emotional. He's being arrogant. He thinks he has the upper hand. And the only thing that was inconsistent here, and boy, she looks hot. What's what the audience enjoy to Paul here? He's being way human. He's not even hiding the fact that he's been hanging out with the Romulans smoking Trillium all the time. This guy has smoked Trillium. This guy has emotions, and this guy would not fit in TOS Vulcans. They would be like, this guy's a Romulan spy. How the hell did he rise to such a level of prominence in Vulcan? We have to accept that this High Council was really out of touch, but had a lot of power, and most people didn't care what they did. And they had more power over foreign affairs and Earth than they did over the people of Vulcan. You want to be a Serenite? We don't fucking care. That went on for 16 and a half years. A couple of months ago, this guy has an epiphany, I don't know, drinking Romulan ale or something. Maybe there's some kind of Romulan mind meld where they taught him the power of being angry. Or maybe he just plain old was always a guy who was bad with the logic, and they said he had a singular talent for leadership. Well, maybe it was because he was ambitious.
Well, we know why, because he's not exactly Vulcan.
I think he's still Vulcan. I think he's a Vulcan double agent.
I think he's a Romulan.
Guys, we're spoiling the end of this. We don't ever get closure on this one either. He's working with the Romulans. The Romulans have infiltrated. The High Council is 1/3 Romulan. And by the way, if you've noticed, the third member of the Triumvirate, we don't need him this week. So fuck off, Asian third guy. You don't get to get into the Vulcan outfit this week. Guy whose name we get at the very end of the episode, and I don't think any other time. And Gary Graham and Robert Foxworth can handle this with a couple of extras. So this was the part that confused me. When we pull out the Kir'Shara, one, he's sure that doesn't exist. So two, he's sure it's fake. So why is he three afraid when they're about to activate it?
No, he knows it's not fake. He's just trying to sell that it is.
Then why didn't he track it down and destroy it himself?
He's probably been trying.
He was letting the Serenites find it, I think, and then now he's like, okay, you found it for me. Thanks. I'm going to.
Both of those are excellent in-worlds. Those are both excellent in-worlds.
He's doing everything he can to hide it.
Well, here's the thing. If you are a fucked up Vulcan who is backward, like he is, you wouldn't stand out as much on this version of the planet Vulcan as you would on the Vulcan that we see in TOS. Well, we don't see in TOS, but the Vulcan society as we see it in TOS. Although I would say we only see their diplomats. So who knows? For all we know, we have found out that the Vulcan High Council, they are like the Saddam Husseins of one particular planet where they decided the people were a little too dumb. And they're not allowed self-determination. And Earth has not stepped to them about this. I forget what that planet was called, but there's a Vulcan colony world, and the Vulcans are like Spartans towards them. The Spartans, if you don't know, they took over another city-state. And they never freed it. They kept it as their own colony state, but they like it stays completely occupied. Trying to remember which one it was.
I don't know.
It's coming to me. It rhymes with Macedonia. Maybe, I don't know. All right, but the Vulcans have been absolute dicks and have been the Saddam Husseins of like at least one other planet. We saw it. They have no self-determination. The Vulcans are taking their resources. The Vulcans are running their planet. I don't even think they have a puppet government. I think they have a puppet. I think they have a direct Vulcan governor, right? The Vulcan vassal world, they treat them like shit.
No, they had a puppet government.
Did they? Okay,
but it's just corrupt as hell.
And the Vulcans treat that planet like shit. So there are enough Vulcans who are not initiated into any sort of needs of the many beliefs. And as far as T'Pol goes, she's got her logic, but she's real different from Spock. And we found out in season 1, and it's held up, that her meditation, although when we show it, she's just sitting there in her silk pajamas looking hot, but part of her routine to center herself is she's a little bit of a warrior monk sort of philosopher. She teaches those people self-defense in 5 minutes, and she's really tough. And she's been a tough character throughout the series. Anybody?
Oh yeah.
All right. So you guys believe it's 2-1 that he's a Vulcan. I think that he's very ambitious. I think that there were still Romulans on Vulcan that didn't leave ever. And those who marched under the Raptor's wings, as they said in that episode. Did I get it right that time, Jer?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Those who marched beneath the Raptor's wings. I think that this guy is he's just he's a Romulan who never left. He's essentially, remember, they're supposed to be able to be indistinguishable. I don't know why we put the cranial ridges on them in this show. I don't know why. They don't do it in TNG. Yeah. With no surgery. This is still better when we explain why the Klingons have their ridges, although that episode is good. Anyway, they activate the Vulcan Dead Sea Scrolls. Let's see if we can show them to you. That's a shock after it's activated. When they activate the USB stick, the effect, you don't need to see it. It's not great. This effect is cooler and better, and we'll let you see this. It is fucking cool. The armada that's going to fight the Vulcans is the cool Andorian ships. I have always liked the Andorian ships. They are not overthought or that complicated. But here's the thing. In a franchise that has made hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of different ships for dozens and dozens, especially in Voyager races and species out there, we still had one more real strong design in us, didn't we? I could see these guys being formidable.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And this armada has destroyed the Vulcan High Council by existing. Scanning this armada has shown that they don't have any great weapons. So that's what the Vulcan High Council is already is already fracturing. They're not going to go along with V'Las's decision to fight, but you got to get word out there in time. And there is a really cool space battle engagement between the Federation and the Romulans, the Federation, the early Federation. Let's call it the Confederacy and the Vulcans. The 3 players are the NX-01 representing Starfleet, the Andorian Navy, and the Vulcan Defense Force, whatever they're called. And they're going at it big time.
Another good battle.
Hello, Raul Julia. Welcome to the show. It's good to see you, sir. Welcome back. So Shran expresses that they have absolute intention here, and that was we beamed in the middle of a commercial break. It happens sometimes. The screen goes to black when you watch this show, which they do in Starfleet Academy for no apparent reason. Are they entertaining the delusion that that's going to be on TV, or are they just if we go to commercial here like it's a real commercial, we can burn 10 more seconds of screen time? It's oh, thank God.
It's probably for when they anticipate ads being incorporated into Paramount Plus.
Except we know that an AI drops them in.
Yep.
If the Paramount plan that I think is in effect, and they're trying to embarrass them publicly to fire them for cause, the AI is putting the commercials in the worst places. Although where's anything but a bad place for anything? That show is best watched on your phone. This way, there's less of it to see. We're going to get that Vulcan out of Archer's mind. I love the view of the Vulcan city. We get to see a lot of the Vulcan city and technology.
This feels a lot like Coruscant.
Yeah.
It does look a lot like Coruscant. It really does.
But right before this, there's a scene where they come up over a ridge, and it was a very TOS style like backdrop. It was just a simple color sky.
They knew not to break the canon of the monochromatic sky of Vulcan, but they usually put some clouds in it. It's still like the same color it's supposed to be. There we go. But as you can see, there's some like they really went for the aesthetic. This is the exact same color it is in Amok Time.
Yeah.
As you can see over to Poe's head, there is the wisps of some clouds and the evidence of a little bit of weather. They didn't want to go full on unbelievable, but that's just a little bit of, I guess, CGI. Although you might not have even have needed it to do that at this point. Practical effects might have worked.
And it didn't look too sci-fi, flashy. It was just a simple backdrop. It was nice to see.
As this battle progresses, and here's what I'm going to do. Having your camera on reduces the chances of it being non-transformative. So if anyone feels like camming on, it helps. All right. Yeah, I read that in TOS, believe it or not. It's more transformative. If you can't see your face, it's not transformative anymore. That's why the Avatar people get in trouble so much quicker. And with this, the rights people just aren't as mean as the people who have the other rights. But this will still be restricted until I cut it out.
Okay. I'll need a minute here.
I'm going to see if I can't find the moment it happens. We close it on the Federation fleet. The decision is made that we're going to actually fight. There's no communication going back and forth. It's not particularly well done. As Sean deflates his real doll and gets it out of the back of the camera range. There you go. Sean, that blood that was all over the wall cleaned up bad. I turned my camera the other way. I turned my camera the other way so it wouldn't shoot like my bed. Like my couch is bad enough. Like I can't even keep my coffee table clean. Sirs, my apartment is clean but cluttered. I like vacuum like all the time. All right. So the jig is up. The Vulcan things are falling apart. The Vulcan Council. All right, yeah. The space battle has started. We're committed to fighting the Vulcans.
Oh, there was a little moment there where there was actual motion on the screen. They had some kind of a graphic playing, which I noticed in this season. They're doing a little bit more with the displays. There's
we can see their.
Yeah, there's real-time motion on these monitors, which is pretty cool.
You know what it is the old style monitors that were common TV monitors of the time. The CRT monitors were on. They were cathode ray tube TVs, can't get filmed. We all watched old sporting events where we would follow the flight of the ball and you'd see the TVs in the stadium and they'd be like strobing out. Or when you took home movies.
They just got to time it right and then you can film it.
I didn't know that. I my thought was that because we are now filming in digital, we were able to do the kind of editing tricks where we could just take something else and slap it over a screen.
You just have to sync the frame rates.
Yeah, as long as the frame rates are synced, it'll match up perfect. Because they film in 32 frames per second and the screens are like 24. It's something like that.
Gotcha. I've learned something new on this one, Sean. Way to go. You've earned your pay for the week, Mr. Carter. Yeah, you know what, Sean? For you, we're gonna keep the food replicator on till 6:30. Okay. Yeah. Because we just announced a new policy at the beginning of the show, guys. Now at the officers' mess, the food replicators will be turned on at 6 a.m. and they will be turned off at 6:15. But Sean,
and the doors open at 6:16.
That's right. And everyone who's on time for their shift is on time to be late. So I believe we're going to close with the Romulans now. I'm sorry, with the Vulcans now. And this is it. We're going to fight them. Like these were our original allies. Their government is fucking hostile. And I would point out still that this is not something that Trip has all out authorization to do. Archer's not there. They're counting on Archer's gambit on the planet to work out. If not, he is Mr. Mutinous Space Pirate, right? I mean, this is like totally beyond his. He does not have the authority for this. He's doing this because him and Saval is basically usurping the council. Saval, I would think, is on the short list for guys who's going to be planetary leader of Vulcan. I think I heard Germ trying to chime in.
If this doesn't work out, Trip's going to jail. He's already committed enough stuff to go to jail. If he's not a hero, he's in chains.
So the Vulcans start firing first. I want that to be clear. The Vulcans were extremely aggressive in this encounter and fired first. Then we get the first shot ever between a Vulcan and a Federation Starfleet ship, and they're firing at the NX. And look at this shit. I don't want to get in trouble here because we did so many bad things before that I'm going to have to cut that out. This I really want preserved. Look at this, guys. So here comes the NX-01, and the Vulcans are targeting it. Look where they fucking fired at them, though. They're not shooting at their engines.
That was a Andorian that hit him with the crossfire because he's like, get us out of here. We're getting in between these guys.
You're right. It's blue energy.
Yeah, because right after that, Reed says we're caught in the crossfire, and that's why Trip said get us out.
All right, so it's not it's not as bad as I thought. I thought the Vulcans were not only shooting at the Federation, at the Starfleet ship, but shooting to kill because they're targeting the fucking bridge. Way to go, Captain Trip. You have really endangered your crew. But wow, does this look cool or what? How come we can't get this today?
And it was
ladies and gentlemen, this is not
like to see the ship coming in that angle. It looks so cool. All these effects they did.
Germ, this is one of the best effects we've ever seen in Star Trek. I'd like to get your feedback on it.
Yeah, I agree. It's a very good angle. The CGI, very good for the ship.
Beautiful, actually.
Great placement for the beam.
This could be a picture on my wall. I would frame this and hang it on my wall. I love it. I think it looks beautiful. Every frame of this is a picture. This is a fantastic space battle. And yeah, Sean caught it. Okay, my bad. They didn't get it. They put themselves ineptly into the crossfire. That's even better for the story, though. Things are so fucked up. We're getting hit by our allies. And it also, like, the other possibility is, did the helm pull them that way to shield a Vulcan ship to keep dialogue, like to possibly help out with the dialogue? Doesn't play out that way. It looks like they just plain old fucked up. They're going to start shooting it back at the Vulcans right away. Mm-hmm. This is what Trip is like, you should not have fucked with Florida, man. We're going to roll some coal on your Prius driving asses. Back at the Vulcan Council, with both acts crescendo at once. It's not very polite to point.
He's doing
but
we should point out he has taken the rest of the council hostage by this point.
Yeah.
If you're talking about when they had the mysterious fade to black between scenes in Starfleet Academy, I agree with Cowell. I don't think they had any kind of idea what to do. The Starfleet Academy, I think they thought it could work, and then when they found out it would definitely be the Ellisons, they started making it bad on purpose. And I think it's my opinion, they're extorting a higher fee than they would get if they were allowed to sell it to someone else. The real threat now is that this is so bad, and we've said it before, and like we've said it ad nauseum, but I will underscore it. The Starfleet Academy is so bad that you would tank a Star Trek movie release or a Star Trek show reboot if you were a competitor. If someone other than CBS Paramount controlled that, if you didn't like CBS Paramount, if you were Netflix, if you were Amazon, if you were anyone, you could fucking tank the crown jewel in the Paramount money-making pantheon is always been Star Trek for a really long time. Anybody disagree with me on this one? You can't let Starfleet Academy out there in the wild.
No.
Well, I agree. They shouldn't let it be out there. I really don't think could ever have the right to sell it to anybody else.
We think that the first passing on first look gives him the right to sell it to everyone else. All we know is he can, because Prodigy made it there. We just don't know, because we can't know whether CBS signed off on it. We just can't know. My conclusion is this: they didn't want to give him any more money because they fucking hated him. When he came to them with Prodigy, looking for season 3, they're like, "We're not going to show it. We don't want you to have a hit. We don't want this catching on." Even the people trying to sell Paramount were like, remember, the Ellisons are in the mix already trying to buy it. They're like, "We fucking hate this Star Trek." And Jeremy and I were saying it in 2024. So,
I hadn't thought of that. They're like, they canceled the best performing thing because they wanted him out that bad.
And the only reason it's bought by Netflix is because he invaded that show at the last moment.
Off Netflix now.
Because it was never going to be renewed for a third season. The team was gone, and it was not a Kurtzman direct show. It was a Kurtzman licensed show. So because it could never come back, and because the contract was ironclad, and because it was with the developers and not with the production company, right? Now, they had to pay him too, but there is a right to go on and take your Star Trek product. I think the reason why CBS didn't buy it was because they didn't want to give him any money. And the reason why they let it out in the wild was because it wasn't destructive. And then Kurtzman very opportunistically, and I would say very fucking deceitfully, took this and said, "Well, this is my license to make Star Trek so bad that they'd better damn well buy it." And at some point, it was made clear to them that, like, if you don't pay me my fee, I'll make Star Trek so bad it will tank it forever. There's not enough money in the world to overcome Starfleet Academy confusing your brand if it goes out when you try to relaunch. And we have heard 2026 movie from the Ellisons. So, like, we're talking weeks after the end of Kurtzman Trek, if it's a Christmas movie. Weeks.
Well, with the Ellisons, you got to add maybe 30% to any timeline.
Yeah.
They have been slow.
It's more of a strategy on their part. They push everything fast, basically to confuse people. And when it goes off on a slower timetable, they're ready for it. Their enemies are pissed off, but the fans are ready for it. So you get an extra few months of being juiced up to get that new thing.
I
also developing more and more termination clause, by the way. Go ahead, Sean.
I wouldn't be surprised as soon as they publicly announce that Kurtzman is gone. Within a week, we are going to get notified that something is coming. We're going to get a name, a premise, and a release date of something new.
The movie's the most likely thing because it would be ready fastest. Star Trek United seems to be languishing, and they're waiting to see if the fans like it, which means next week we start a really big push for United because I think that we deserve it, and I think we've earned it. And Doomcock is coming around to our way of thinking. He's starting to mention the Captain Archer sequel show.
I agree with it, but I think whatever's going to happen, they've decided already.
I think that, like, United is an idea that they would find appealing because it is the original timeline, and it comes down to whether Sussman is able to write them good enough scripts. He's had a few months to work on these stories. I would hope that he talked to some of his other former Enterprise writers and got some ideas, but not the showrunners, not the former showrunners. All Mankind did not go well for Ronald D. Moore. It fucking sucks. The Low Energy Channel bailed on watching it because even they, who don't talk about the show ever, couldn't find enough things to fuck around about to make All Mankind worth watching. It sucks. Apparently Silo is really the only good show from Apple, and that's directed by Roxanne Dawson. Maybe the good episodes are directed by Roxanne Dawson. All right, so Vlass wants you for the Vulcan Defense Forces. Archer comes in and unveils that he has the USB stick of Serac, and the thing that makes me wonder. I think it's a plot hole. You guys think he's a Romulan. He shouldn't be afraid of them turning it on, but they do. And this is what we see. And is it me, or did they fucking steal this for the Alien script in the MCU? Isn't this exactly what the guy from Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. was writing on his fucking wall, and what we see every time we see Chitauri stuff? It looks just like it.
It's a bit different.
Only those cleft-like things that look like music clefs that would seem to be dividing a page are any different to me, but it is intentionally made to look like the Matrix meets the Dead Sea Scrolls, and they had both to work with at the time, and it's going to have a Dead Sea Scroll kind of effect on it. What feeds you guys narrative of what Vlas's role in this is he is the only one who doesn't give a shit and stick around to see what it says. He splits because his evil plan has fucking been outed. He runs out of there while everyone else is fascinated. John Rubinstein's Vulcan is fascinated. Archer is fascinated. He's blowing a gasket. And they're like, you know what? The days of the High Council are kind of over. The battle continues in space. We decide that gets... Wow, that's a pretty cool transition. What a great moment to stop the screen.
Oh, this is this... We saw... I was looking away, but do we see the ships orbiting here? Is a gorgeous shot. We see a couple lakes on Vulcan. I think it's during this transition.
This is when the Vulcans have been told not to attack and pulled off. And he's like, why aren't they finish us off? I believe because what we found out is the Andorians pretty good particle cannons. The Andorians pretty good.
Shows the Enterprise in orbit.
Okay, we'll get there. I'll make sure we show it. The Andorians have pretty good weapons. The Vulcans have remarkably good shields. I know because we remarked on both of them.
Are you there?
Yeah, I just saw something. Okay. I did check. Jerm, thank you for the private chat. That was Sean. That was Sean's private. Yeah. Jerm, you should check Sean's message. It's pretty encouraging.
I've checked it.
Have fun entertaining stream elements. Okay. Anyway, in the next moment, which we will find out, and I will show it to you now, we're going to see a beautiful shot of the ships in orbit. Here is Mr. Tucker. He is quite concerned about what's going on. Like, why are they not, giving us the coup de grace? And here we see it.
Yeah, look at that.
There she is. You know what, Sean? She's a beautiful lady, and we love her. You never forget your first command. I love this ship. I love the adventures we've had with it. And I loved that it was safe. Felt great. And I love this new attitude it has where it flies the way the space shuttle flies with the top of the ship pointing towards the planet. It makes more sense. And we always see it. I'm going to assume it's an equatorial orbit, but it's just shown from a point of view that makes sense to us.
Yeah. And I love it. You just see a couple bodies of water, not too much.
Yeah, some coppery lakes. You're right.
Yeah.
They thought all these shots were wonderfully thought. You know what? We deserve this.
What a great
shot.
They really,
and of all the things that we've done today, that little ditty is what's going to get you hit.
Because I showed the ship, or because I sang the song?
No, because you sang the song.
Probably with the way things have gone on this channel, we have reached a state of then peace broke out. We're going to talk about this a little bit more, and we'll just end it here with this visual. Archer and T'Pol have a conversation, and she's like, I don't have mind herpes anymore. And he's like, I've been with T'Pol a couple of times, bro. I know all sorts of stuff to do if you get inside my mind, baby. Oh, man, the stuff me and T'Pol are doing, you can only dream about it with a guy like Trip. But whatever. She looks gorgeous here. Remember when we were saying when she's crying, it looked like that her eyes look puffy? I would just say, can you see her eyes here? If I make it a little bigger, I'll embiggen her. If you notice, Jolene Blaylock just has rather pronounced lower eyelids. They're always kind of a little bit puffy. She's just a beautiful woman. This is sorry to everyone who doesn't have a T'Pol clone to go home to, which means all of us except the guy who the night I took off from doing streaming, I went to a Live Nation concert, and T'Pol still figured in because her husband owns that, man. But T'Pol made money off me that night too. This residual put some money in her pocket, and then her husband shows up and makes us wonder why the hell he was ever a character. He goes, oh, by the way, I thought about it. Don't want to have like, not even going to try for one crazy night of passion to let you out of this. I read the USB stick of Serac. I got to the part about how you shouldn't how you should be a Chad to your Vulcan wife. I'd be like, yeah, one night of passion and you can be with the Earthman and I'll just take off. He's just let you go.
It's okay. He has a secretary. Bonfire's coming up in a year or two. He's fine.
And she has the laceration on her orbital bone too. They love that on this show. But what I do love is she has a green bruise. It's great. It's great for our world. And this guy's a dick, and we don't care. And he's out of her life. And
good on him for not wanting to be a cuckold.
Yeah, getting a real relationship with someone who actually loves him. Although if you're going to make that mistake, make it for her. And, they say, Vlas has been removed from the council. They don't say he's under house arrest, but he has no real power right now. And there's an investigation going on into whether he was responsible for the bombing. And he was. And as you can see, wow, guys, I'm going to do this for our chat. Am I right about the POW? Whoa.
Those are impressive for her height.
Milk trucks in town, fellas.
Jesus.
Well, I got that one from Az. He said it about Bronwyn from Rings of Power.
What does he call them?
Milk trucks
milkers? Milkers.
He calls them milkers.
And our apology. I know we have a couple of ladies out there. We're just being dudes. I'm sorry.
We're sorry.
If we have a couple of ladies out there still, they're well aware of the
I know
that comes out of our mouths.
Like we know we're toxic sometimes, but it's all said in fun.
Yeah, warning. The politically correct, sanitized stuff that you do is not going to happen on this show. But good news. We're going to tell you the truth. There are still 4 lights. What is that? Is that a flashlight?
Yeah.
There you go. Now there are still 4 lights. There's one of them.
There we go.
Oh, look, Sean's gone NUTrek for us.
Yeah.
You should wear that throughout the review.
This is what it's like to watch the fucking show, you guys. This was.
But I have feelings, Captain. Oh no.
There we go. This was one of my Christmas presents this year.
That's cool. Just you got to find the part in there where your wife hid the dermal poison.
No, I haven't, because when I take Dexter for a walk at night, I need something so I don't get hit by a car, because we don't have sidewalks here.
Well, you know what? It's a fashion statement, and we got some Trek 09. I don't know if we beat our record yet. I was asking
we were
for
close
30.
last I checked.
It looked at 21.
I saw 25.
25. Guys, we need 5 more likes, and we'll end the show. We'll let you go. You can go. We still have like 4 bars of energy. If we wanted to, we could do the next episode if we wanted. But look at Robert Foxworth. He's downstairs and he's shouting and he's fucking pissed off. And who is he talking to? Oh no, it's a goddamn shit-sucking Romulan. Those pieces of shit. And I think this is Stash Week again. And I guess the deal is I think it's him. I think it's the same actor. And he was they gave him a little bit of surgery to pass for a Vulcan. That's what we're going to do. Anybody?
Maybe.
Here's the deal. My suspicion comes from not only does it look a lot like Todd Stashwick, who we saw earlier as a Vulcan who had the High Council's agenda in mind, but in IMDb it says Todd Stashwick and in parentheses Vulcan. I'm sorry, Romulan. It says Romulan on IMDb for this role. So since we saw Todd Stashwick for sure earlier playing a Vulcan, but he's listed as a Romulan, and this is the only Romulan we see. It's pretty close, but you got the ridges. It could still be Stashwick with a little bit of a makeup change, and it's just dark and shitty down here. And what he says is our position here has been compromised, meaning maybe I did just shed my Vulcan plastic surgery so that I can go back to Romulus, and maybe you should too. Because I don't think we see this Vulcan again or hear about his fate. I think they're all going to fuck off back to Romulus together.
I think, here's another reason why I think he's Romulan, because he says my disappearance would cause suspicion. So where else would he go other than to Romulus back home? We've already seen in Data's day, there was a Vulcan that became like Romulan became a Vulcan ambassador. So they obviously have skills in long-term infiltration.
And we saw the reverse of that with Spock long-term infiltrating them. Yeah. So it would seem to be Stashwick. It would seem to be that these are Romulans on Vulcan who've infiltrated. And that doesn't upset Star Trek canon at all. And which brings us to the end of our episode, which was a great one with a lot of great music in it and a lot of great effects. I don't know if Roxana Dawson directed this one too, but I do know that this final episode was written by Mike Sussman, who is likely going to be the Star Trek United guy if we get it. Star Trek United could go either way. The one thing we know for sure is the Ellisons have turned. There we go. Oh, that is so cool.
Yours is.
I have. Yours is different. You have the your nacelles light up on both sides. Mine only light up on the inside. The refit has the closed.
Refit got rid of half of the light.
You know what? It doesn't look as cool on screen, but you think about it, like that makes so much sense. It's like it's supposed to be a sensitive part of the nacelle, and it's the outward facing part. It's like we still haven't gotten it down, but we don't need to expose as much of the power coil.
Yours lights on the inside, you said, right?
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
It's really
just
cool.
I think it was more close to the Constitution class where, the part that would light up is on the inside.
Yeah, and it makes sense too because it's much harder to tag them with a shot there. Yeah. And we found out their nacelles are really, really fragile at this point. And whenever people start shooting at the nacelles, like there's immediate repercussions for the nacelle getting hit. Like,
when they do a space drive-by through Space Compton, they don't get hit on the return fire on the nacelle.
On that note, Sean, you my nacelle.
What's that?
You my nacelle.
It's
all right, guys. This is the part of the episode where we actually give our ratings and say what we thought about it. We've just reached the end of what we would have to call either the Serac trilogy or the Forge trilogy. I don't know what better name we could come up for it. I found the story to be enjoyable, and it was a great, worthy story. These guys are showing they have the skills for streaming. There was no bloat in this. It was lean, and the only thing I would say is episodes 2s have been historically kind of weak. This one had the least weak episode 2 of these 3 episode arcs. This did not have and this one, don't ask me why. This one was the least episodic episode 2. It didn't have its own identity at all, but it was more watchable than Cold Station 12, right? Borderlands is first, Cold Station 12, and then the augments. Cold Station 12 wasn't quite as good as the first and the last of the trilogy. It was a little bit meh. It was a connective tissue more than a good story. And we stuck in that like cliffhanger at the end of Borderlands to give Cold Station 12's beginning stakes. Is Archer going to be blown out into space and we use the transporter to rescue him? We don't try to do that. We don't really cliffhang the end of the first part of the Forge trilogy. So let's go around the horn. JT's not here. We'll get his opinion next week. But and I guess he must be busy up to his elbows because he's not even in the chat. We would get I did not like this episode or whatever he might think. So we'll start with Resolute Germ. Germ, your thoughts on this episode?
I like this episode quite a bit. Judging it on its own, I'd say it's A-. If you judge all three of them together, it's A+. The effects are good. Everything's kept to canon. We get a story that is good, but was never really necessary. But it makes up for it for being well written.
It is absolutely not necessary. You're right, but I would say that those grades are probably going to be pretty universal. But we'll find out when we kick it over to Sean.
Well, okay. Well, I like that, Germ, that you gave an overall grade for all three, which is what I was hoping we would do. This episode, I give it a B. I really did not like the Vulcan head of the council. He was too evil. He was too Romulan-y. He was too emotional that the council would have been like, dude, what the fuck are you? Like, they would have stopped him. He was a little too over the top and too mustache twirly for me. That kind of took me out of it. What brings it more back to B+, maybe A- for me, is the acting between Saval and Shren. That that was stellar. It was awesome Trek to watch that. The struggle that Shren, I think, actually was going through. He did not want to put him through that, but he's like, I got to do it. Trip, we see Trip becoming a really good captain. He's willing to not worry about saving the captain. He's like, no, let's get out of here. We're overmatched. Get us out. And he didn't think twice about it. He didn't struggle. He acted appropriately as a commander of the ship. He got him out. And I like that that the humans there, we really do see the formations of the Federation here, where he's like, put us in between them. He's like, you're going to have to go through us and take us down. Do you really want to do that? It really shows the humans taking leadership of everything and kind of being the balance. Even though they're outmatched by both sides, they're the ones with some sense and who are really trying to be the catalyst to stop the war from happening. I love Saval's arc. He's come around, and we didn't like him at first. He was an arrogant jerk, and now he's come around. And he goes, yeah, I actually always thought you guys were okay. So really good episode. I think A- for me on this show, on this episode. Didn't like the mustache twirly evil guy. He was a little too much, but everything else is great. Overall, for the whole 3-part series, I give it an A. I can't go to A+ because, like Jerem said, it's not really that necessary to know this story, and it does kind of rush things a little bit, like to go from where we see him in Enterprise to where we see him in TOS. But they did what they could with it. They wrote a decent story, and we learned some good Vulcan lore. We saw some good Vulcan moments, and I enjoyed it. So there we go.
Thank you, Sean, for a very thoughtful analysis there. I enjoyed hearing that, and I think it's very possible that you two guys said it all. But since it takes me 25 minutes to say hello and 45 minutes to end the show, I might as well say something anyway. Yeah, it was a really good episode. Yes, I very much enjoyed it. I think that I agree with my co-panelists that it's like an A- episode in what I'll give a flat A as a story for the whole three. This is an amazingly bingeable story. If you watch all three in a row on Paramount Plus, you'll be very fulfilled. It hits with the impact of a brief movie. It is better than any TNG movie. I think this was a better story and had almost enough action for a movie. A little more action. If this was 20 minutes longer, it would have been 20 minutes of action, and you would have had a better story that was about an hour and 55 minutes. That would have been the same length of Wrath of Khan and a much better fucking story than we get from
with a better actor.
Insurrection.
With a better actor,
which I would have gotten a better actor for Sirach. Yeah, that was the weak point. Every one of these episodes had a little bit of a problem.
Oh,
there's no A+ episode. It's the sum of the parts. Go ahead.
But when you're done, I have one comment. When you're done,
I have a little mission statement that I'm going to give the fleet after it. So if you have a little comment, go ahead, because I'm going to discord some very important stuff.
Okay, maybe maybe off screen, if you could find the moment there at the end of the show, at the end of this episode, when they take Archer to the cleric to remove the Katra. If you could find
they're
the
just
scene
sort of
where
sitting there,
where they have a close up of the priest who's doing the mind meld to take out the Katra. He does the perfect Spock eyebrow lift, and it was amazing to watch. If you can go to that and do a pause. I don't know if you guys caught it, but he did the little Spock eyebrow lift, and it was so cool.
What's funny is, just so you know, in about 6 more episodes, or I'm sorry, 4 more episodes, we're going to reach an episode called United.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
By the way, I want to thank the producer of this episode and writer of this episode, Mike Sussman, for liking my tweet about it.
Nice.
Appreciate it, buddy. I hope you're watching now. I hope we gave you a fun enough show to realize that we are the voice of the actual fans, and you know what? If you take some of our advice, you're not going to go wrong. If you stick with this kind of 3 episode thing, and you have like a deal with Paramount Plus, if you pitch this to them as, I will give you 3-4 episode arc movies seasonally, they're going to be like, we hadn't thought of this before. And you're going to be like, look, man, people like, they buy a new device and they get your service. It's this 4 to 5 rhythm thing. Even Taylor Sheridan's getting away from it. The episode 5 blues is now like reliable in streaming. You guys have done so many 3 episode shows. I would say go for it. So I give this episode an A-. I give the whole story an A. It's not yesterday's Enterprise. We've seen Star Trek better than it. It's one of their very best stories. It might be their best. It's a really good story. And like Germ said, we really didn't need it. The Klingon one, arguably, we might need. We might actually. There's a stronger case to be made for the Klingon one, but I thought this was a really good episode. A-. There was a little too much mustache twirling, and I would say, yeah, like there's really no 2 ways about it. They're a bunch of Romulans, and they just established themselves on that planet a really long time ago, to the point of the fact that the Velas, like, what did they kidnap and kill Velas and replace him with like a guy who looked just like him? I mean, the Romulans do shit like that. Or Velas just was co-opted. There it is.
There, see the little eyebrow lift.
Oh yeah.
And he does the little twitch, and he looks like Spock. This guy has like a real angular face, but he just does that little lift.
I'm gonna see if I can find it for our audience. Do you have a time code?
It's at 40 minutes, 40 minutes, 9 seconds.
You're right. All right, hold on.
Oh, 40 minutes 21. It's right around there. But if you could find it around that time and pause it. It like the
Hang
little
on,
lift
folks.
is like a second long. You could probably get away with popping it on there.
At 40:13 is I've got T'Pol talking to her ex-boyfriend.
Yeah. That was
My
a good
time
scene
code's
too.
different than
We
yours.
didn't talk about that, but I kind of felt bad for Toss in that moment, and he redeemed himself from being a douchebag, forcing her to marry him. Where he's like, "Hey, I did you the favor, and now I'm letting you go." That was a pretty cool moment.
Yeah, I mean, I would have demanded like one night of passion or some hand pleasure from her. I mean,
Yeah,
it's like
yeah, for sure.
I want to see them, and if I have to take care of myself, fine. Okay, let's see his little
Yeah,
moment
you're gonna
here.
see. Yeah, watch the Vulcan man.
Ah,
Yeah,
very
you
well
see
done.
that? Like the way he did it, it was perfect.
I recognize this actor too. We've seen him before. It was too important to just let someone do it. All
Yeah,
right, you're right.
it was a great Spock homage. I really appreciated that. And it was a very tiny little thing that they did. But see they don't need to do super member berries. That's how you get the fans and you show them that you appreciate the little things. Not like, hey, here's a guy in a fucking Mugatu costume.
Well, here's a fat retarded hologram who breathes oxygen underwater
And you
in
know
a
what? They
Magatu
went to
suit.
that guy in that scene in Academy. They see him in the costume. They go, "Are you in a Gorn costume?" And he goes, "Gorn? I'm a fucking Mugatu, you clown!"
Meanwhile, it's their
Come on,
primary
what
enemy
movie
in
is
the other
that from?
show.
What movie was that from?
That's from Marionette's movie, isn't it? Is that from Free Enterprise or from Trekkers?
No, it was from Trading Places. He goes, "Monkey, I'm a fucking gorilla." With the guy in the gorilla
Oh,
outfit
that's
on the
right.
train.
That's James Belushi.
Yeah, it's Jim Belushi.
We got two gorillas. We're only supposed to have one. Well, we can't separate them. Look, they're in love.
Yeah, the guy from Airplane was in that, and he died very shortly after that movie because he had a really bad, the wicked HIV.
Yeah, Johnny.
Yeah, he was in that
Who would
scene.
have ever known?
He's all, here's the bill of lading, and he could see it in his face. He was all messed up.
Oh, that's too bad because Johnny was fucking hilarious in Airplane. We didn't have him long enough. Rip Johnny. Okay, guys, we really appreciate it. So here's the deal. We said this a little bit on Thursday. Again. We'll do the song before we end. I promise. Listen, this is a special announcement from the Admiral. This is the situation. We talked about this on Thursday, but Sean and JT are here with me, and they can back me up on this. People, 2026 is most likely going to be a real year of hell for Star Trek fans. We're going to get raked over the coals, and there's going to be there's 3 drops or possibly 4 drops of Kurtzman Trek. He has his final season of Strange New Worlds, and we're hearing 2 5-episode drops, which is just sickening. Just get it over with. Do you have to ruin 2 seasons of the fucking year, you dick? And another season of Starfleet Academy that's made. Now, Tom Connors is my source on this. If he's right, he has the right to make Star Trek, but that is now eclipsed. But he fitted that, and it would explain why he put it into high gear while the sale was in jeopardy and why he was only able to finish that last couple of things. So he was able to put together a lot of really subpar, terrible television. We saw it the other day where Caleb was missing his goddamn fingers. It was absolutely some of the worst production quality and the worst shit you could see. They're just turning on a camera and having people walk around. We caught 2 horrific mistakes that were not TV acceptable. Hesitating and blowing your line while scoffing and scowling and scoffing and finishing. Starting, stopping, and starting again almost. It was almost the worst possible acting we could see. Now,
which to be fair, every actor screws up a take.
Yes, he should have. There's no money for
Picardo
a second take.
Asked for, I bet you anything Picardo probably said, "Can I do that again?" And they said, "No, we don't have time."
The reason why I don't think he asked for another take is because that might have been his second take. I think they would give him one, because what happens is when he fucks up the line, I watched it again. He does look over just off where the camera's looking at him, and I believe he's looking at the director of that episode. And he knows it's no good. And they're like,
or the director wasn't even paying attention.
Yeah, the director looked up from his phone and he's like, I'm getting a high score here. Fuck you. Keep going.
It's inexcusable.
It was an inexcusable mistake. Also, there was another inexcusable mistake where Caleb's it was CGI. It wasn't green screen. I looked, or it was both, because what happens is his thumb has been ground down into his palm and his fingers just cut off. So it was two different kinds of mistakes going on at the same time, if I'm right about that.
I think right before that he had grabbed a flashbang.
All right. Yeah, that could have happened too. And we'll find out what happens to Nod Melon soon enough. The real world's out there waiting for you guys. We try to keep it a little bit under control, but we want to thank you for hanging in there with us for a really awesome Star Trek experience. And we warn you, Kurtzman is going to try to poison the groundwater or burn it down on his way out. He doesn't want any Star Trek left. He wants to drive the rights down to a price that he can afford to buy them up. And yeah, RRTNZ is right about this one. There were like other co-writers who were a little bit better than Kurtzman, keeping his worst instincts in check. I think he was more making suggestions because that show at least functioned and had like a cohesive story. It did suck though. Like when they went to Scott Conn and like let him try to act with his family, it's still like, it's like this guy, we've seen him kill like 85 people in like 4 episodes, and now he's like playing with his kid. It doesn't work. I would recommend anybody check out a film recommended by RRTNZ, and I'll check it out later. But listen, here's what we're going to ask you. If we do this for you, you got to do something for us. All right? We'll show you ours if you show you yours. Here's the deal. We need you guys to, first of all, keep tweeting about Star Trek United. Tweet it right at Paramount Plus and hashtag that shit. Keep doing it. Do it right now if you can. If you can, tweet out at Paramount, fans want Star Trek United. You'll get the director of Star Trek episodes who wrote them. You'll get Michael Sussman to like your tweet. He's out there liking it. He is trying his best to keep this going. He went on the Mary Trump show and survived. He went on Trek Culture, which means real CBS money has been invested in publicizing this. And we're hoping that he's just writing the best stories he can and getting together the best crew he can. We have faith, to coin his phrase and to borrow a term. We have faith that Star Trek United and the Star Trek movie coming will at least be a good faith effort and will be better than what we got. If they fuck it up and they need to reset it again, yeah, we'll be bummed. But what's ours before will be ours again, and today is the end of January. Almost all rumors say that there can be no more Star Trek film by Kurtzman after today. Jerm, am I correct on that?
That is the major rumor.
There is only one outlier rumor that the last day is August 31st. We will again invoke this, but because there are most likely no more episodes of Star Trek, NUTrek ever to be created by Kurtzman, I want everybody, put your hand out. Put your fingers apart and say it with me. What was ours before will be ours again. This is the last of the Coombe places. We will not be separated from our right to life, liberty, and high-quality pizza and Star Trek in every part of the United States of America, and in fact, the world, until the people of Earthica can enjoy high-quality Star Trek again. Stick with us. Help us out. Help us stay with this and help us with Enterprise. Okay, Enterprise is enjoyable. We love doing it, and we think that this episode could blow up again too. But the NUTrek episode, when we come back on you on Thursday, guys, we're coming out of pure torture with that one. I think one of the things we might do is maybe group watch it and then record all of our reactions and then do the show. Like 5 minutes of like in Orwell, 2 minutes hate. Like 5 minutes is just like it's like Event Horizons.
We can record our stuff and none of us are interrupting each other and doing just do our rant and just do that.
Yeah,
or like
so there could be an upload. I think maybe pre-record and then go live. Like pre-record for 10 minutes.
All 3 and all 4 of us, and then that's your upload.
upload, and then we go live and do the show. I think that could work. That's going to be our approach on Thursday, because like we won't go too crazy. We'll spare 15 minutes for the upload, and I can cut it down to 10 if I have to. And we'll get back in the upload business to keep YouTube at bay. We got our Mars stream coming on Monday. And what's going on with your channel, Resolute Germ? But guys, have faith in the heart and stick with us, please. And thank you all for your amazing show of loyalty tonight. We know there's a lot of other ways in town to, it's Saturday night. Everyone's out there. We have the best Star Trek show in town, and you guys have been extraordinarily generous and wonderful subscribers. This December, I can't thank you all enough. Having things like a working cell phone is fucking amazing. You're going to fix... Honestly, it's difference making. I wouldn't have been able to do this appointment. I'm going to get a couple of teeth fixed. I got a couple of, I actually do have some dental problems. I'm going to get a tooth fixed. It's dental care costs a fucking fortune. You guys are difference making in this one. Thank you. I really, from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank my panelists. I want to thank Germ, who's the greatest co-host on weekdays. Guys, if you haven't checked out weekdays, come by on weekdays. And if you're a community member, tomorrow, when we usually do Landman at 8 p.m., Primwan and everyone else from both panels who's available is going to be there. And we're going to hang out. And we're going to talk about the future of Star Trek. And, of course, it'll go out live. The past will be in the member tab. And what we'll do is we'll start the show and then we'll drop the link so that we minimize any chance of the past getting passed around. We had a couple of bad experiences. As far as concurrence, the concurrence keep growing. I love it. It's great. And I've noticed that the difference in concurrence between us and people who come to undercut the Star Trek show and try to put on a lesser Star Trek show at the same time is it's only the difference of about the amount of people that have been banned from this show for saying fucked up shit to all of us and all of you. People who say celebrated something that I want to talk very quickly about today. And I'm just going to turn off my camera for a moment to get something. Germ, what's on your channel?
On Monday, we'll have Rebirth of Mothra. And hopefully on Wednesday, we'll have another rant roundtable.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I got to keep my fingers over most of this because it's sensitive kind of information. But this is my father's dog tag. He wore this in Vietnam. He was involved in a battle called the Tet Offensive that started on January 30th of 1968, and obviously he survived, and that's why I'm here. He was too fucked up from that war to be a dad to anyone, and I had to be adopted, and I was very fortunate to have wonderful parents, the greatest dad anyone could have, and a great mom too, who's still with me. Neither father is still with me anymore. But I'm going to put this on. I'm going to wear it for the rest of this month in memory of all the veterans who served our country in all wars, but most especially for my veteran hero. I didn't call him Dad, and I thought that was appropriate because he had other children. And he had been more part of raising them. But he passed away about 2 years ago from the effects of fighting in that war. Agent Orange is a horrible thing. And before anyone writes off the Vietnam War as some kind of easy cakewalk or something that we weren't in to win, we lost 55,000 American soldiers to enemy action. That's as many as were killed in the Battle of Gettysburg, which lasted for 3 days. So people tend to overlook this, but 55,000. For 1968, they were sending home 200 American soldiers a week in body bags to a nation that couldn't have scorned them more. And my father came home and was spat on for his service in that country. And he learned not to wear his uniform on the streets of America, but he was never ashamed. And he beat that demon. So if you have served our country, I thank you from the bottom of my heart, and as do my co-panelists. I thank you. If you are a citizen of the nation of Vietnam, we bear you no malice. You wanted it more. You fought for your freedom. You won. My father would not have come back from that war unless he respected his enemies, which he did. He was an honorable soldier and a combat engineer who was deployed through the Americal Division to such places as Hue City and Khe Sanh, which were both happening around the same time. He was rapid deployment force. He saw so many crazy things, and I told him he had to tell me about it because of the circumstances of our life and the pain that he went through. If you're a veteran out there and you feel like there's nothing, there's a tomorrow, and things might be better tomorrow. And if you've lost something, my father never thought he would ever be able to look me in the eye and say, I'm sorry, and hear me say, you didn't do anything fucking wrong. He saw to it that I was looked after. He knew that he couldn't raise me. He was too proud to admit it, but he did at least see to it that I was looked after. And this computer that I'm talking to you on now is a gift from him, from what he gave me when he passed away. And he was a great man, and I did love him. I did have love for him. And if you served our country, I thank you. If you go through dark days, the sun will come up. If you think that the future is dark, if you think that things are bad, you know what? Watch yesterday's Enterprise, and in an hour, you'll see how much you can be taken away to another world. In a way, what we're fighting for is the escapism that buys people time to deal with life's trauma. How many times in your life have you had everything go wrong, the worst weekend of your life, and all of a sudden it's Sunday night, and hey, TOS is on. And for an hour, you don't have any problems. And one thing, the very first conversation I ever had with my father was, do you like Star Trek? And he's like, I fucking loved Star Trek. And I was like, I'm going to like you. So I salute all of you. And, if you pray for my father. Both of them. They're both good men. One was a guardian of the city as a New York City police officer, and one was a guardian to this country as a United States soldier. They're both soldiers. One served in combat. And if anyone else has anything they'd like to say about this, please go ahead. Otherwise, I thank you, and I salute them.
No, I have nothing to add. That was perfect.
What do I think about the Vietnam War? I think we should have won. What else do I think? I think if it happened today, it would never end because we've changed so much. We have to maybe spend some time remembering that while there are bad apples and bad actors, we have more in common as Americans than could ever tear us apart, and that we should maybe accentuate the positive. There's still unredeemables out there. I'm not making a plea for anybody. I'm not saying let Harvey Weinstein go or that everyone should tattoo a dollar sign in their Apple bag. But be nice to people and try to, remember our veterans. The United States Army fought and was deemed to have lost this battle and did, in fact, lose that war. You know what? To all of you who were part of that battle, you didn't do anything. You fought with the greatest honor and you fought with the greatest dedication. If anything, the words of Erwin Rommel are true. You fought like lions, but were led by jackasses. You really were. That war plan sucked. You were betrayed in some ways, but you know what? This was still a hell of a country that you went out and fought for. So I thank you all. And you know what? If you feel like you can't get past those substances, I've seen some people in some pretty bad places using themselves for pincushions, so to speak. I've seen some people in some real bad places glued to that glass stick. You can put it down. You can move on. There's a place out there that can help you. If you served our country and you have a problem, please don't wait for the VA. Who knows when they'll get it together? Just go somewhere, get clean, get anything you can going on. And people will remember what you did for this nation. And we don't have the spite we had for soldiers anymore. So with that, I guess the serious part of the show is ended and the high energy Star Trek show is over. Here she is. She's Sydney Sweeney.
There we go.
My dad was such a great guy that he even said that he was still after the war able to rub one out once in a while to Jane Fonda. He's like, she had a right to say whatever stupid. He was a cool guy who talked right down to earth. He was a little bit passionate and could get worked up and fiery. I wonder how. It's a good thing I didn't inherit that excitable trait, right? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being with us tonight. And you know what? Before we get to Sydney Sweeney, I think there's someone else here that we need to remember.
Yeah.
The Carthaginians defending the city were attacked by 3 Roman legions. Arab women stripped them of their tunics and their swords and lances. The soldiers lay naked in the sun. 2,000 years ago. I was here.
I think we're frozen here.
No, we're not frozen.
Oh.
Well, this match will not be postponed.
Are you playing a clip?
I played the audio and I put up my patent shield. I have several patent covers that I could just use to cover us up. And I just decided to throw one of those over the screen for a moment. And now I can't find where it is because I lost track of it. That's how great my brain's working. You know?
There it is.
Guys, thank you very much. I saw Patton pop up.
Yeah,
let me get rid of Patton too, so people can see Sydney Sweeney. Thank you, StreamYards, for rearranging things so much that even we are just basically confused beyond the ability to cope. Every time we come here, the setup is different. But you know what? We love you all. And
oh yeah, we got the song.
What we weren't sure of.
Song we were going to show everybody again.
Show the song one more time. I'm sorry. Yeah, I forgot about that. Please. Guys, This song was really fucking funny, and it features, let's say, a more legitimate Muppet than you're ever going to see on Star Trek. This is the only Star Trek puppet you should have any respect for. Let's see that puppet, sir.
Okay. Okay, we're going to have to mute up. Okay, here we go.
Today's episode of Saving Star Trek is brought to you by the Teag Television Workshop and the letter F.
Gather round, young cadets, for a tale so zany. In Starfleet Academy, producers are many. They craft adventures with a gleam in their eye, but with this bigger crew, it's a hilarious surprise. There's Alex and Noga and Gaia so bright, Aaron and Kirsten making pronouns just right, Norman and John and Robin with flair, Kenneth and Jenny, a friend to blue hair.
Oh, producers of plenty, a galactic mob, 24 bosses, what a full-time job. They beam up ideas with diversity spread. Starfleet's got more chiefs than stars overhead.
There's Jane and Tawny and Olatin too, Michelle and Gersha, what a busy crew. Ethan and Rod and Trevor in line, Sarah and Frank make inclusion shine.
Oh, producers of plenty, a galactic mob, 24 bosses, what a full-time job. They beam up ideas with diversity spread. Starfleet's got more chiefs than stars overhead.
There's X again.
Wait, that's Tom this time.
John and Dana keeping up the rhyme. Jason's the last, but wait, that's 24. How do they all fit through shuttle doors?
So ends our song of the producer parade, with DEI aplenty and everything gay. But next time you watch, just count them all.
Kurtzman's team is the biggest of all.
That was fucking great. All right. You know what? Like we in this business, if you don't make fun of yourself, someone else will do it better. So we had the best spoof, and I guess the Star Trek energy crisis begins now. But first, You get Sydney Sweeney. You know her. You love her. She's pretty hot. Oh, wait. I forgot to ask Sean, what are you doing with Resurrection Rooster this week? What's the movie?
Well, I think we're going to do Crawl, which I haven't seen yet. I didn't get a chance to watch it for Wednesday, so it was lucked out kind of that the show didn't go forward. So I'm going to have to watch that.
Sir,
don't
tell him about the armadillo. Don't tell him what I said about the armadillo.
Yeah. Fun show.
Sean's going to show up at PCB. He's like, what's this about Teag saying that I killed an armadillo and threw it over the back fence into my neighbor's yard? It's like, where'd you hear that, sir? Canada? How did you know? Because the details are all wrong. All right.
Well, wait, hold on. I do want to say, Radioactive asked me about when I'm going to bring back the retro reels and games. I do want to do it soon. It's been a really busy 2 or 3 months for me. I'm working both Saturdays and Sundays at the pizza place. I'm going to probably end that the week after the Super Bowl. I don't want to leave there Super Bowl week and say, sorry, the busiest day of the year. So I'm going to work probably 2 more weekends, and then I'll have my weekends free. I'm going to get my garage cleaned up, get that organized, and I'm going to start doing my models again, which I haven't even posted a model in 3 months now. I'm probably going to get demonetized if I don't keep up. Oh, and there's Wes Cagle. Thank you for the links there, buddy. I'm going to get back onto the models and get back to retro reels and play some games and get my life slowing down a little bit. It's just I'm working 7 days a week right now, so.
You know what I would do if I had the access to the resources you did is I would simply ask the smartest man in the world, Dixon Cider, sir, how can I streamline and make my life more efficient? You come up with the most hilarious YouTube handle of anybody, and now we've seen them all after. Even Doomcock.
This. You guys remember I showed this, right? That he gave this to me.
We got a lot of screen glare on it. Can you angle it a little?
Yeah.
There we go.
It's kind of hard to see.
Down just a little.
It's a drawing.
It's Optimus.
It's a Soundwave. It's kind of hard to see about the glare, but it's signed by Frank Welker. So it's going to be going up on my wall pretty soon here.
There's this thing. Thank you, Dixon Cider, with the greatest name on all of YouTube. I mean, sir, with intellectual prowess like that, what's it like to be Dixon Cider? It's just like, in the morning, coffee drinks him. By the way, did you see they brought back the most interesting man in the world?
No.
They gave up. They're not starting a new ad campaign. Alcohol is done, like, as a thing. Like, if you have a drinking problem, like, you're going to be considered quaint in a few more years. Like, all the kids are smoking weed now. Admiral Teag was ahead of his time with that one. But the thing is, they made a beer commercial, and I guess it's for the Super Bowl, but they don't give a shit. So I saw it during one of the football games or one of the football like analysis games, and it's just like I hear this familiar music, and all of a sudden they're like, and now a word from our sponsors, and like he's sitting there, like he's at the bar, and he's just like, I don't always drink beer, and he like they did like the same 3 really good jokes, like sharks have a week named after him. It's like, I don't always drink beer, but when I do, it's during a threesome, and it's only. Ariana, what do I drink? Dos Equis. The funny thing is the most interesting man in the world is not Latino at all. He's an American Jewish guy. So that's take it for I'm Latino enough. Don't drink fucking Dos Equis, okay? Get yourself a good beer. And if you want to see a good movie, check out The Wrecking Crew. And don't drink Budweiser.
Is okay if you're at a Mexican restaurant, you can find Dos Equis on draft. It's not too bad.
Do you ever put the lime in it? I'm just like, that's a little too fruity for me. No,
yeah, but I like a wedge of lime in a 24-ounce glass. But it goes good with tacos.
My mom likes Corona. She drinks them. So I mean, I've seen people put fruit in the beer, but I mean, there's something about that. It's like, my dad was pretty manly and like would smoke cigarettes and drink beer. And I'm like, I remember when they first started putting fruit in beer, he was just like, yeah, right.
if you have to put a lime in there to kill the skunk, then it's not good. But Dos Equis isn't skunky. The lime just kind of adds a little bit of a tang or a pop to it. It's okay.
It's better than a
Not all the
Corona.
time.
I'll give it that. Both of them, I think, taste pretty good without anything. Germ, what beer do you drink? We've never got that from you.
I'm non-alcoholic due to several factors.
Okay. All right. So that would be Germ has a lifetime supply of beer. I'm going to send it to you tonight.
I drank
it's on its way.
a Yingling today.
That's good beer. They make it in Pennsylvania.
My wife made. I didn't take a picture. She made carne asada tacos and they were fucking amazing. So I'm like, I have to have a beer with this. I drank one beer. They were really good.
I don't know what happened. I used to drink a lot, and people were like Admiral or Teag is heading like for a bad place with this drinking problem of his. And what was weird, it was YouTube that like got my head together when I got monetized. I was like, now my house is a place of business. I have to get like the hard liquor out of here. And then I ended up just like a circuit breaker blew, and I just didn't need to drink anymore. The same thing happened with cigarettes. I woke up one day and just quit. Don't count on having self-resolving alcoholism like Admiral Teague. Get help if you need it. We love you all, and now you get to see Sydney Sweetie dance a Salome for you. And we love you all. We'll be back on Thursday with terrible New Worlds. And I think I have work the next day, so we might be on at a weird time. But you guys have shown that you love it. We're not going to let you down. We'll be back. And until next time, don't watch any NUTrek. Just get it from us. We love you all. Bye, everybody.